if we are actually alive or if it's just going on in my head or not. Appreciate everybody for coming by. Sumit, welcome. Hello. Thank you for taking the time,
Thank
man.
you.
I really, really sincerely appreciate it. Uh,
Thanks.
yeah, it's rare that somebody agrees to it, and then I say, yeah, it might take a few hours, and they're like, all right, let's block it off. Most people are like, I'll give you 10 minutes on a Sunday night, maybe like in between phone calls. But this is much appreciated. I think the longer ones are the ones that people enjoy the most. So
Yeah, thanks a lot for the invite, man.
yeah, for sure.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, yeah. I was very excited when somebody tagged you because that was like the whole point when I made that first tweet. I was like, all right, I think I know cool people. I know like maybe 5 cool people. I gotta just ask people who's cool and who should I talk to. And there you go. This was
Well, I was flattered and surprised somebody tagged me, but I haven't spent a Saturday. It's afternoon for me. Haven't
yeah.
spent a Saturday afternoon 4 hours in a live stream, so that's a first and like first.
Yeah. Right. You were aiming for what was it? Horseback riding and jet skis or something like that,
All
right?
kinds of stuff, as much as I can.
Yeah. I've been familiarizing myself with all of your work, and I was gonna say it was really funny to me because I was like, oh, we're gonna have him on stream tonight, and then I believe this is your second stream today, if I'm right, or second stream within 24 hours or so.
Yes. Yesterday I had 3 hours in the evening. Yeah.
Amazing. Is that like a thing
But
that you normally do, or?
No, not at all. No, before that I had like 2 months nothing, like video or streaming wise. It's just a coincidence. Like last night, me and a developer from the team of one of my projects, we said, fuck it, let's go live and just talk and code, and we did that. And then I saw my calendar. Oh, next day, same thing again. I
Yeah.
had to explain it to my wife, of course, but that's about it.
Oh man, appreciate it sincerely. Yeah, that was very funny to see because that's about that's like half of the entire vibe on here is like this is like the science and technology part of Twitch is like just a bunch of people live coding for several hours and like vaguely talking about it. And so I saw you doing it and I was like, oh man, by the end of this talk, I'm gonna convince him to come over to our side of things.
And that's awesome.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, but I think you do very well here. I mean, and you've got more than enough of the background for it, right? I mean, you've got 2 of your own businesses that you've started at the same time, I think, doing
Yeah.
well over, I want to say like 12K euros, which I can't do currency conversion, so I'll just agree with that number. And it sounds
bit
like a
more in
lot.
dollars,
So
let's say.
yeah. There you go. So, close enough. Yeah, which is absolutely mental because you did it all while still being full time, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. When you say it, it sounds more impressive than if I think about it. It just kind of happened. But yeah. I have a full-time job working at Stripe currently. Last year, I worked at a German mobility company, and I started last year, beginning of the year, with, let's say, my first for-profit side project where I said I want to have a second income stream. I want to build a product and see what it takes to actually earn some euros with it. And it went better than I could have hoped for. So yeah, I'm full in that ride and that journey and sharing as much as I can on Twitter and YouTube currently.
Yeah, man. Was there like a day where you decided that you were going to start doing the YouTube stuff, or was that like straight from the beginning you planned on it, or?
That's a good question. I had always some form of, or I was always drawn to like sharing some stuff. I had a blog like 10 years ago, and I always switched platforms and I didn't really settle somewhere. So I didn't really have an audience that like followed me around or something. I always started from scratch. And at some point I was like, okay, writing takes a lot of effort for me. Like it doesn't come naturally. But I noticed that when I'm on a meetup or a conference as a speaker, it's very intuitive for me. I don't need a lot of preparation and so on. So I thought maybe the voice thing, like just talking, is something that comes easier to me, and I can do it regularly without feeling without it being like a burden or something. So then I thought, okay, let's just try YouTube and see if it works. And so far it does. I mean, if you look at the videos, none of it is edited. It's just like I turn off the camera. Yeah, I talk for 20 minutes, I turn it off and upload it. I don't even watch it again. So it's not a good quality. It's not a good quality at all because of that. But it means if I do 20-minute videos, I need an hour and 10 minutes.
Right.
And that's a good thing, because time is the most critical part currently.
Yeah, because you're juggling full-time 2 companies and a family, right?
And a baby, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the biggest project, I would assume. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that one for profit or?
Well, it's a lot of debugging all day long. So I'm not sure how much profit comes around.
Yeah, man. No, I respect the hell out of the one-shot recording, though. I mean, even now, like, I still edit my stuff, and now, like, I watched your stuff, and I was like, man, this editing is a crutch, Because it's like, when you get, like, the one-shot is like, you talk about build in public. Like, the truest build in public is like, I'm not even going to change this video. This video is exactly as I recorded it. You get that level of it, and you know that that's the deal. And I honestly, I love that. It feels more pure.
Yeah, it does. And if I look back like 1 year on the videos, I know that, for example, you can clearly see, maybe I have to still, like, where you say and stuff you normally edit out. But I think it also helps to train to not do this. And this helps me speak, for example, in front of an audience, being it as a team lead somewhere in a room, or being at a conference or something. So I thought, it's also kind of like a training. It saves me time. It's a training. The only thing I regret is that the video quality is not as high as I would love it to be. But I simply can't make video another project where I go really deep into editing or something. I would rather have at some point someone editing videos for me, including for my projects and so on. So hopefully this comes when I hit certain revenue numbers.
Definitely.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I'm sure you get there. I'd be amazed if you didn't achieve a goal at this point.
I'm surprised that everybody else is more optimistic than I am regarding this, but I'll take it. I hope so.
Yeah, I think that's how it goes, And I think that's a lot of what comes from building in public, is like you have people on your side, and like the audience is kind of with you, and whatever project you move to, they're still there, and they're still kind of supporting you and the project as an afterthought.
That is something that I strongly feel, that I get a lot of support, specifically because I open sourced some of the parts of the project, and people are helping out and asking, and get applications for people that say, I don't want to get paid, I just want to help you build this, and so on. And this is, I'm very flattered and privileged to get support like this. And I assume it's because I open myself up for public failure, and people, use, like, it's accountability basically. So people know I'm not, there is a certain trust level that users also have to someone, I think at least, that builds in public. At least I have trust. If I see other people building in public, I'm more willing to use the products and pay them for the products, because I know where it goes. I know how they're doing it. I know I can, trust them a little bit if I follow them and get to know them a little. So hopefully that helps as well.
Yeah.
I wanted to
go ahead.
Just random other thing. I wanted to tweet quickly the link to the stream.
Sure. It's you can just do rox.works,
Yeah.
rocks.works, and that'll go straight to the stream, because the actual Twitch channel name is too hard to spell, because it's a username I had when I was 14 playing World of Warcraft. But
well, I found the link, and I'm also looking at the chat as well. If there are some questions or something that we could address.
For sure. Yeah, I got it up on my phone. Yeah, literally nobody can. Like, literally the people who are in here every day, even my closest friends to this day, will misspell it. And it's heartbreaking, because people also misspell my last name. So I tried to have a call with somebody earlier, and they were like, "Oh, what's your email?" I was like, "Oh, it's firstname.lastname@gmail." And then they're like, "Cool, I sent you a link."
What's the last name though?
Giami.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't know how to spell it.
Yeah. And I didn't get the link for like 5 minutes, and I was like, Did you spell my name right? And they were like, "Yeah, maybe. Hold on." So I get used to it. Yeah. I don't know.
But it's same for my name.
I was going to say, I feel like it seems simple when you read it written, but I can still imagine a lot of people messing that up.
Yeah, specifically in Germany, it's not a common name here. Of course, it's an Indian name, Sumit Kumar. And if you say it, I have it memorized. I always spell it immediately. I say Sumit, Sumit. So I always say it like this if somebody needs to write it down.
Yeah. I say the same thing with spelling my last name. It's really funny because my parents always taught me like the last two letters are M-E, and my mom always said M as in Mary, E as in Edward. And I can't spell my name without saying that. And nobody says that. People look at me like I'm saying, I'm like, I'm sorry, this has been beaten into my head like a lobotomy.
Yeah. So let me quickly finish up that tweet.
Yeah, sure.
You know what should I say? What we talk about? Just indie hacking, bootstrapping, and life.
I wrote down motivation, stress, freedom, audience, and recording. Those are my 5 giant topics.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, and they each have subtopics, so don't worry, we got time.
Awesome.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean, it's a conversation. Whatever we get to. I find it generally goes the best when, we pick one thing, get way too passionate talking about it, and then go off for an hour and a half on that one. So I'm not too stressed about actually getting to anything, but if there's a lull and Twitch chat doesn't get loud enough, we'll figure it out.
Got it. How many people do you usually have in the chat?
It really, really varies. It's also, most of my crowd is a US crowd. So it's roughly 8 a.m. on the East Coast, which makes it 5 a.m. on the West Coast, which is why I pushed our interview back a few hours, because I was like, man, I totally scheduled this at like 5 a.m. for East Coast and 2 a.m. for West Coast, and that's going to be a hot 0 people. But no, we generally bounce between like, I don't know, 25 to like 45, depending on the day, depending on the person, depending on the stuff. And the time is a big thing. So I started the stream a little bit early, so people had time to like start coming in. And then as we talk, more and more people will show up and just say, hey, sorry, just woke up. That's generally what I get on these ones. But, that's what we get for living in not the US.
Yeah, true. But I also saw your interview, or your 4-hour. I think it was 4 hours with Peter as well. Peter Levels.
4 hours with Peter. I did 2.5 with the CEO of Whereby, Oyvind. And then I did 3.5 with Arvid Kahl last week.
Really?
Yeah. Nice. I'm bringing on some pretty cool people. Like I said, that one Twitter thread, man, was like a game-changing Twitter thread. I literally wrote on stream, I was like, I need to do more interviews, but I need you guys to pick the cool people, because that way they know that I want to talk to them, not just because I'm some 2-year-old with a podcast and a microphone. I was like, please.
Awesome. Somebody's writing Sumit Kumar is like the simplest Indian name. It's true.
Listen,
it's true.
I've gotten people spelling Dan wrong, and that one's 3 letters. And so I gave up a long time ago.
Yeah. Always depends on the culture, I guess. But my father's name, much more complicated, and some coworkers I have with Indian names, a lot harder, a lot longer. I'm not complaining, but as far as I know, my name is, like in Germany, what's a typical German name? Like Fabian Schmidt or something?
Yeah, Franz, I don't know.
Franz, okay, not a lot of people, but true, very typical. But I think Sumit Kumar is that in India. Like if you Google Sumit Kumar, like try to come up at first in the Google search results, or Facebook as someone with that name.
Do you know how hard it was to find your podcast? It was. Like, I dug through the internet. I was like, what? Like, I was like, oh, this is definitely a really common name. And so I had to start looking up, like, no, like, I did YouTube. I found your ones on Spotify. I found your ones on some obscure website that I don't remember the name of. That was like, it was like 33 or something. I don't know. But yeah, I went all over to find the stuff.
It's weird that you found something on Spotify. I only put up 1 episode when I tried it. It's still up there, but YouTube is my focus basically on all things video and voice.
Yeah.
But it took a long time until I came up in the search results when I typed in Sumit Kumar. Like before that, they were like Indian Bollywood dancers and videos and Indian models and whatever. It took some time. Yeah,
the one benefit of my name being spelled poorly in regular name and in stupid Twitch name is they're not getting it wrong. If you type it in right, you're definitely finding me. Or Google will tell you spelled a different word wrong. And that one's a little heartbreaking, because that's like somebody trying to spell check your birth certificate, But what are you going to do?
When is that? Where is that threshold where Google recognizes your unique name and then actually suggests that?
I think you need a Wikipedia page. I feel like it's that, because I think a lot of Google's algorithm is like pulling data from websites where they'll just like steal other people's data and pretend it's their own, so you don't even have to click because that's part of their UX. It's actually a huge complaint from a lot of marketing people. It's like Google's stealing my SEO because they're putting my data on the front page. But yeah, I think the goal is a Wikipedia page, and then you become the guy.
So should I create one for you?
Oh, I'll make one for you too if you want to trade.
We should do it.
Deal. I love that idea.
I'm not even sure.
No, honestly, it's great SEO. We got a Wikipedia backlink. Come on, imagine just changing the personal website URL to a Wikipedia page on everything.
I haven't even checked what comes up if I search for Sumit Kumar on Wikipedia. Well, I think you get Sumit Kumar
Singh a lot of the time. That was what I saw. I had to search up you and then the name of your companies, and then that got me a lot of stuff. That got me a lot of distance. Yeah, and then I just watched like a crap ton of the YouTube videos. That was the easiest one. Luckily, you create content, so it wasn't too hard to find stuff. But finding you talking to other people was the interesting thing.
But it's interesting that, it's good to hear, or it's a good thing that I heard that you had trouble finding it, because then I can, I try to treat my Twitter profile as like the central place to go, but I don't even have a personal website yet, even though I'm a developer. And
hey, me either, man. I have a website from freshman year of college.
I mean, I always found it hard. Like, this is developer sickness, I think, where I'm never satisfied. I always then want to try something new, a new style. I see someone else's portfolio page or whatever, and I think, wow, okay, I need to up my game, and then I always change it. So I don't have one, but I should make one as a central hub, so people can just find the channels where I'm active. Because I basically tried every platform. The links are just scattered. On some I'm inactive. Yeah.
So, random question. I guess kind of down that same thread, I should say. That concept, right, of like, I'm going to get way too metaphorical for a moment, but the concept of, right, like, I feel the exact same way. The only personal website I have, I never link to, because it is literally like my face as a background, and way in the corner there's like a link to my LinkedIn and my resume from 4 years ago, and that's it. And I'm like, if I touch it, I have to fix it, but if I don't touch it, it's old and funny. But right, like it's this concept of like never done, right? This concept of like kind of always chasing like this better scenario. Do you feel like you kind of get that way with, or like ever get that way with your own projects, or like even like the feeling of success? I found that like a lot of people have trouble like slowing down and actually saying like, oh, hey, I did something, like I achieved something, a goal was landed, I need to like celebrate. And I think like weirdly enough, thinking about that portfolio website is like, it's never done, and so you never feel good about having a portfolio website because you never have a good enough portfolio website. Yeah. And I feel like a lot of people kind of do that with their own projects.
I'm not. I mean, I can totally understand that and totally relate to that. I mean, I haven't experienced that particularly, or at least I didn't reflect back at a time with a portfolio website, but with a project, it's definitely like, for example, my first goal, unimaginable back at a time, to earn €1 on the internet, right, with a product that I've built, not by renting out time, but with a product that someone pays for. And when I got first subscriber for €5 a month, then the second, then the third, like I was celebrating a little, and the next milestones, like €1,000 a month and 10K MRR and so on, like it's like, oh, okay, I did that, but I immediately focus on the bigger ones. Or even when I get close to that goal, I'm already focusing on the next one. And this is a bad thing, I would say. You're never satisfied, never. And if you think today, like, I don't know, how much money do you need on your bank account in order to be satisfied? You have that number in your head, I don't know, 10 million, then I can live with my family for the rest of my life, can do whatever I want, can stream all day long or play video games or whatever. So I don't have to do things for money, which is a great freedom to have. But I can almost guarantee you, once you are close to that, you think about the 100 million or whatever. Same with when I started, when I had $0 on my bank account, or euros, nothing saved. And I thought, oh man, if I had only 1,000 as a buffer, if something happens, like if my washing machine breaks, it's always gets further. And I think this is something that ambitious people have. They always look for the problems to solve, for the next milestones to achieve, and have to actively trigger this reflection and, let's stop for a moment and look at and celebrate a bit what we achieved. I try to do this, but it's very hard.
Yeah. I've spoken about, do you get to, do you feel like it's sort of the nature of the work at all? Or sort of kind of like, this is in a manner what entrepreneurship becomes at some point in your own head?
I think it's part of it. I don't necessarily think it's a very negative thing because it's, keeps building bigger things, but maybe it's also just because it's in our nature to not maintain stuff, but make them grow. We grow, plants grow, everything grows, businesses grow or they die. So it's not really like I get to this level and then I'm happy. Like there is no state of happiness. There is a very interesting talk of someone that I watched. I don't remember the name and I think it's in German, but it's about the state of happiness in general. There is not a level that you reach and then you're happy. Like you can't buy something and then you're happy or achieve a certain thing and then you're happy for the rest of your life or for a year. It's like you have to be happy with what you do and something that you try to achieve. But it's like if you watch a kid building a sandcastle and it's finished, like they're not sitting there and enjoying it and, ruling over their sand kingdom. They destroy it again because building it and destroying it is the fun part, not having it, And I think it's the same for a lot of us, for everyone, I guess, that the journey is basically the goal. And I know this is a cliche saying, but I more and more feel like it. So I'm trying to do what I like to do and not do shit because of some imaginary goal that I want to achieve and then everything's better. Because I know it will never be this. I will always have the next goal and the next and the next. So I better enjoy what I do while I'm doing it.
100%. Yeah, that's something that I've talked about this with a bunch of friends because I think it's surprisingly relatable for a lot of people is realizing that the journey is inherently infinite. The goal, once it's met, is then the goalpost gets moved. So effectively, there isn't actually a goal except to go further. And so, like you said, right, if you never actually reach the goal, right, if there never is a point of I did it, then you have to enjoy the journey or you're just sad all the time. And you're always striving for something you never achieve.
Yeah. It's very... I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's a luxury that we even think about this or have the chance. If, for example, I think back 20 years ago or think about my mother or, people that just like have to work all day long to get along, to feed the family and so on. They don't have the luxury to think about this. So I think we are already privileged to even reflect on that and try to model our life around this. But as soon as you get to that freedom, as soon as you have remote work and more than enough money to live a comfortable life through a day job or whatever it is, start to earn money on the side or on an online through an internet business or something, you get a little bit more problems that you normally wouldn't have if you don't have a choice. If you don't have a choice, you don't have to think about it. And suddenly, I talk about this with my wife sometimes because we cannot choose where we want to live. Like this was never something you go where you have currently the workplace or where you have work. And now we can choose because we work I work remotely 100%. So now we are like constantly, oh my God, where should we live? Where should we move? Like, do we stay here? Do we go back to South Germany? Do we go to a different country? And suddenly this is a problem. So yeah, I know I'm complaining on a very high level here, but it's still in my head, It's still something that I feel like I need to solve or think about in a certain way.
Yeah, with freedom.
You think about yeah, sorry.
No, you go. Go
ahead. It's then you think about where do you want your kid to grow up? In what environment, like in the city or outside or whatever. Yeah.
Is that something that you worry about these days?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm thinking where I grew up, where my wife grew up, and like, do we want our daughter to grow up in a city or outside? And we think about how our life would look like, and it's like feels like sometimes we have to decide, and then I'm trying again. Maybe we don't have to decide. Maybe we live in the city for a couple of years. We can move out, or maybe there is even some combination in some form. I don't know. But we're trying to figure out how we want to live, because we have the luxury of actually following that, how we want to do that. But I've never thought about that before, and it's very hard.
Yeah.
Like giving people a choice. It's like there is, I don't know the English word for it, but I think there is this paradox where you are paralyzed by choice, and if you don't have a choice, everything is fine. You don't even think about it.
Yeah, I've heard the term analysis paralysis before, which is that same concept, and I think it's really true. And it's interesting because often the thing you chase is that freedom, right? And then now that you have it, it makes you have to question so many other things, and it is not so simple. Still, like you said, an astounding amount of privilege to have the freedom to even think to move, to think to do all of these things. But you achieve these goals, you get to the next level, and now you just have to answer more questions, different questions that are still hard, just in a very different way, in a very privileged different way, but it's still tough, right? It is a question. And there's always going to be trade-offs.
Yeah, but I'm now I try also not to worry too much. If you only in the state of solving problems all day long, as I mentioned, you will not enjoy the ride and so on. So what I'm trying to do currently is live out the freedoms that I currently have. I can remote work remotely. I'm pretty flexible on time. So what we are trying to do, as long as my daughter doesn't have, so in Germany we have this they have to be at school. You can't just take them out and go for travel. So before she goes to school, we are trying to travel more and just work a month from Spain, or work 3 months from whatever, South Germany. Because we have the possibility to. So we try to use that freedom that we have as much as possible, and we can worry about stuff later. The only the deadline for me that I set where I think we have to settle and stay a bit in one place is when she goes to school, because we want her to have a stable environment, friends, and so on. That's the only thing. So, but that's 6 years away or 5 years away. So I have some time.
Right. Yeah, she was just born, right?
She's now 10 months. So
10 months.
I hope to start teaching her programming, but we'll see.
A little early. First language English, second language JavaScript. There you go. Get them while they're young. Gotta make them fluent.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no,
she's starting to crawl and lifting. She will start walking soon, but yeah. Very cute. You will hear her, I think, a couple times.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, my niece is right around the same age, and watching them learn to crawl, and it's even more funny to watch them not know how to crawl yet, but kind of try and just start to flail their legs around. You're like, oh man, I was this dumb once.
So much trial and error. But hey, we still do that. It's just different now, right? Yeah.
It's just adult version of the same thing.
Definitely.
Yeah, no,
but really fun.
Yeah, I relate a lot on the nomad thing. I literally, with my own privilege, I just moved to Thailand, 3 weeks ago.
I mean to ask you, you are in Thailand, and how long do you plan to stay?
Probably around 3 months. I think that's about as long as I can get on a visa extended.
Okay.
But we'll see. If I really, really, really like it here, maybe I'll stay longer. I got a pretty decent apartment. I hooked up my colorful lights so I can make the room purple now if I want to, which is one of my 3 things I need for life, bed, water, colored lights. So it's definitely up there. And this room costs $200 a month, and it's a studio. Wow. So there are a lot of pros. I might hang out here a while and try and get a big boy visa. But for now, literally, going deep into the whole nomad thing. And literally just like you said, right? I have the privilege right now, even more so because young enough and don't have a family, don't have, not married yet, don't even have a girlfriend yet. So we got a lot of time. So I might as well. Was kind of the thinking, if not now, then when type vibe.
And may I ask, how do you finance your lifestyle currently? I mean, I know it's cheaper if you don't have to support a family and so on, and you travel, except for flights. I imagine you can live quite cheap if you choose to. But how do you finance it currently?
So I actually do part-time consulting on the side. I do marketing consulting, which brings in and I've been open about this, and I'll continue to be. I get about $5,000 a month from that USD,
nice.
which is more than enough. It gets taxed kind of heavily because it's self-employed, but still, especially living in Thailand where my rent is $200 that is more than enough for me to pay for my food, pay for my bed, pay an editor, and go ham on Twitch stuff and startup stuff all day and try really, really
That's
hard
awesome.
to create content. Yeah. I want to not have to do it still. Like it is at the end of the day, I still do work and I would still rather not. But it is by far an absurdly privileged circumstance because it's like maybe 8 hours a week. And at that rate,
awesome.
It's just, it's kind of ridiculous. So, like you said, we all
is
have
it one client or do you have to go search for clients? One client. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I thought about subsidizing my project also with consulting, because if you are an expert in a specific field, consulting is the closest. If you think about leverage from a, like how much money can you earn an hour perspective, and renting out time is like the worst one. Consulting is the best of the worst because you can grow your hour, or let's say your daily rate to $2,000, $3,000 per day. And then you have to go into the product sphere where you have the scalable, where you detach time from sales, where you then can like 10,000 an hour or whatever if the product scales. But consulting is that thing where I also see people around me, they work like a week, a month, and earn more than I do.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, with that kind of time, I could build my project a lot faster.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, but you choose to do the full time, right? I mean, do you still need that income at your scale, or is it something that you want to keep doing, or somewhere in between?
So I couldn't. So let's assume I would get rid of the entire team of Trezor One currently that I have, and I would use the money to support myself. I would still have to cut my salary quite a lot. So if I compare, like if I go out of Stripe or the job that I had before or whatever, so the let's say the range that I earn as a salary, it's still a lot higher than what I could pay myself on Trezor One. And obviously the answer would be to live leaner, but that's a lot harder with a wife and a kid, specifically when my wife does not work yet. So we are dependent on my income. So currently I could not do that, or it would change too much. It would have a too big of an impact financially on our lives currently. Right. So yes, I am dependent on some form of regular income, but I could also say I know that I could go into freelance or consulting instead of full-time work. But the thing about Stripe specifically, so I wouldn't choose any company to work for by now. I also think I have the luxury to decide that. But Stripe is a different player. I learned so much there that I can use this in my projects. I can use this in my future career. There are so many talented people, and I don't know if you know Stripe or the audience, but the products that they have are from such a high quality. I want to learn everything around that so I can build quality products like this. So that's a big learning opportunity that I want to that I don't want to pass on. So it's a lot of factors come into play, but strictly financially speaking, my own projects I would still have a financial disadvantage if I would go full time on my own projects currently.
And is that something that you want to work towards? I mean, I know you talk a lot about freedom. I imagine it would be, but I also know you've said, like you said, you get a lot out of Stripe. So do you view your current goals as trying to get to the point where you don't need it?
No, I view my goals as having the possibility to decide. Yeah. So currently I can't decide. When I get to the point, let's assume Trezor One makes enough revenue to support the team that is working on, and theoretically me, if I would join full time, that's the point where I can say, okay, now then I will see how my life looks like, and if I want to change something, maybe I can go part-time on Stripe. Maybe it's just a lot of fun. Maybe I start a different startup and quit altogether, or a second project or whatever it is. Like as when I get the freedom, then I can decide. But for now, I want to have multiple, or the goal is to have multiple income streams that give me that freedom, and then I will see what I do with that. So for now, I think a lot of it is it's like a cycle that feeds itself. Like I learn a lot at Stripe. I can give a lot. Like I hope I can give a lot of value to Stripe as well, and work there. It feeds into my projects. I get better as a entrepreneur, as a person, as a founder, as a developer, whatever it is. Put it into my projects. The projects return again. I invest it directly back in with the team. I build a team. I build a community, and we will see where this leads. I mean, it's good as it is. The only downside currently is, of course, it grows so much slower. Competitors, copycats are coming out, raising millions in capital with the slide deck. And then, so that is the hard part about it, where I sometimes just have to look away because I'm thinking, man, they are hiring like 50 people and, take what we've built and just run with it. And that is sometimes a bit frustrating but I know that I chose the bootstrap route and I know what this means, that it's slower. And I talked to some other people that do that and they all said, just ignore it. Ignore competitors, just go your way.
Yeah.
You won't get happy by comparing.
Yeah, I was recently doing like a little bit of competitive research. I was like, this idea is too obscure to not exist and also to have too many people. I found one and I was like, oh, this website's so clean. And I was like, there's no way they did this by themselves. I Google company name Crunchbase, 2.5 million last year. And I was like, I knew it. Damn it. I should have had a slide deck.
Slide deck is all you need, right?
Yeah. That's really, I mean, pick the right part of the US and just walk around with printed out slide deck. You'll get something. But
crazy. Some of them, like I earn 10K a month in revenue, right? There's tax and all these costs that we have and so on. And like there are others that have basically the concept. They have a few screenshots, designs. They roughly want to build the same, and they are valued at 10 million without any revenue or users yet. And I'm like, what the hell? Damn. But yeah. That's the bootstrapper route.
It is. Yeah, it's but I think that's part of the things I really like about one of Peter's old sayings is win small then win big, where if you ever really wanted to, if you went and raised on, hey, I'm like all of those buttheads except I actually have 10K in revenue, right? You could go raise way more than they could. Because you could make the same slide deck and have an actual number on it as opposed to your phone number on it. But again,
that is the good part. It's validated. It's validated a bit. We do have,
de-risked.
Exactly. And we do have a clear path forward or many opportunities that we could do. We have so much untouched potential and built assets inside the project that we haven't. Apologies, I just had lunch. We have a lot of assets inside the project now that we didn't leverage yet at all. So there are many, many, many opportunities. So capital would help a lot, but at the same time, it would also complicate a lot of stuff. Like which VC would accept that I work at Stripe, for example, even if it's part-time, while building this, while he invests or she invests in that company. So it would remove freedom from me. It would be essentially like a boss again. And it's not what I built Trezor One for. So we are doing this. I don't want to say never. Like it could be that at some point we are raising. But doing it without VC money is like, it forces us to validate. It forces us to focus. It forces us to focus on the customer, which is a good thing. Instead of slide decks and due diligence and shareholders, we focus only on our users. And this, as you said, I think it's a lot more healthy. And when we choose to raise, it's on a much more stable basis. We also have a lot more leverage in this situation than if we just have a slide deck. And if it fails, or if we get overrun by competitors or whatever it is, for the next project, we learned a hell of a lot. And I think we won already, with this. It was already such an incredible year, an incredible learning opportunity. Not necessarily financially, like as I said, there was not €1 that hit my account because of Trezor, like out of Trezor One, but it was, yeah. I think it opened a lot of doors for me. So I was able to talk to most of the people inside the German financial industry, all these YouTube channels, all these big players in there called me up, and I was lucky enough to talk to their CEOs or something. So it was an incredible journey already, and everything that comes from now on is a bonus.
Yeah, man. I think that's the best way to think about it too, right? That's kind of the duality of that sort of infinite journey we talked about, right? It's you never win, but you've also already won in so many ways.
Yeah.
And like just constantly flipping between those two depending on how you feel that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's never over. Oh, there's so much. Like if you just think about the opportunity, and once you build something like this, you see many, many more opportunities. Like you will start to, before that you just didn't know, and then you start to see one there and there and there, and you're like getting really excited about following that. But having to you have to focus a lot, and that is that is just the bootstrap part. And someone is asking, just put Trezor One on Republic. Are you aware of Republic?
No.
It's you basically crowdsource funding, so anyone can invest. Yeah, so Gumroad did that, for example, and others, and that's actually one of the more attractive options of raising, at least for me. If I think about like raising a few $100K or something for Trezor One, I thought about doing that, just raising from users, basically. Which, it's still a very attractive option to me. So I'm thinking about this. I'm not actively pursuing it, but maybe that's a good path to have, best of both worlds.
And that's, another superpower of the audience, right? Is you have all of these followers, and that's one of the really interesting things about streaming on Twitch is there's literally a button where people can just say, I'm going to give you money now. And you just say, okay, thank you.
Maybe I should switch to Twitch.
There's a lot of benefit. I did tell you at the beginning of this talk, I would aim to convince you slowly over the course of the next few hours. But I think you'd do very well on here. We don't have a lot of indie hackers on here. We mostly have really, really deep programming nerds, but I want to get more people on here. But right, you realize very quickly, like even with my old company, before I like really went off on my own, I was still doing this Twitch stuff just with that work. And I literally asked my team, I was like, you guys ever think about crowdfunding? I feel like I have like 1,000 people following me on Twitch, and a lot of them would give money just like that. Thank you, Marcel, for the 5 subs. I appreciate that. So yeah, that just happens, right? Just like in the middle of conversations, people will just throw money like confetti once in a while.
Why is that not possible on YouTube?
It is actually. You can have people. All the terminology on YouTube, I'm gonna admit, it sounds much sadder. Like with Twitch, it's like become a subscriber, get all these emotes and everything. With Twitch, it's become a channel member, join the channel. Okay. Yeah, and it's just like it's there. It's just it's not great. But I can go off on benefits of different platforms. I'll say this much. Twitch sucks for discoverability. YouTube is really good for that. Twitch is still better, I think, for streaming in some ways. There's a lot of arguments on that one though. But at a minimum, it's definitely got way better monetization between like bits for donating, just straight donations, subscriptions, tiers of subscription, unlockable emotes and everything. YouTube only really has like one of those. So there's a lot there. But you will get a larger audience faster on YouTube and Twitter. Twitch people won't find you naturally. But that won't be a problem for you. You already have an audience. You already have more than enough of an audience that you could start a Twitch stream and people would show up, which I could tell you because in this Twitch chat, there are names I don't recognize.
Or did Dan froze?
Did I freeze? Hello? Hello?
Let me check if I have internet.
What? I think I'm good. Oh no. Well, and so I stare into the void again to question my own reality my own existence, the darkness that begets all light. This is truly where we were born, where we come from, and where we all go to. While we're here, there is a. It tripped over the power cord again. Yeah. Isn't this guy so cool? I told you guys, this guy is so cool. I love this dude. Figure I might as well shout this out. The stream got sponsored, guys. I don't know if I told you guys this, and this is like a huge thing. Figure if there were ever a moment in the middle to talk about it. If you run the UMSO command in chat, UMSO, it's that landing page builder that I used to build the Twitch to TikTok site. And I reached out to them and I was like, I really love your landing page builder. You guys should totally sponsor me. I'll like shout you out and everything. So if any of you guys are doing like landing pages or marketing stuff, please try that out. Let me know actually what you think. It's still pretty early. It's only like 3 dudes, but that's why I like it. Is because give feedback, they do stuff. Yeah, and that's a thing. So I said that. We're also probably going to get sponsored by Hype Fury soon, but they haven't paid yet, so they don't. I'm not going to talk about them yet, even though I really love it. That one's going to wait. What else? Let me make sure I'm not getting any texts. You can still hear me, right? I cannot hear you at all. Unfortunately. You might want to leave rejoin. Maybe I should leave rejoin. Here, I'll remove you and you rejoin. That should work. It probably had like a persistent connection in the background. There we go. Everybody, while you're waiting, go follow Sumit on Twitter if you haven't. Tweets of Sumit. Yeah, I think it's just at tweets of Sumit. I think YouTube is videos of Sumit. Something like that. Ooh, he's still got a black screen. Okay, Sumit, I don't know if you can hear me. You can see the hand, but your camera is a black screen. Let me refresh. Maybe it's me. No, still a black screen. Interesting. Let me turn your camera off. Okay, now try turning your camera back on. How many engineers does it take to tech support a video call? RIP. 32. That's a tough one. Well. Yeah, no. Unfortunate. Okay, let's do you want to switch to like a Zoom call? I can I can send you a Zoom link. Hold on, you can see this chat, right? If I chat in here. You can see this? You should be able to see that. Okay, let me do if I hit you see okay, yeah, you see both chats. Okay, let me set up a Google Meet. I'm gonna switch to my camera just for a moment here. Please hold, everybody. When in doubt, switch platforms immediately. Start an instant meeting. I'm gonna send you this. Damn. All right, well, he's gone. So hopefully we'll see him in a second. I'll wait here. He's gonna reset. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh man, what else should we talk about while we're gone? Well, if you guys aren't already following the Twitch channel, I have alerts off. Maybe people followed during this. Oh, actually, I messed up my Twitch login, so I can't even tell if you followed. So if anybody followed, thank you. If you follow now, also thank you. I don't know that you did it. In the meantime, you can just build a landing page with UMSO. You know what? It's a great point. I don't know if... Oh, wait. Do you see a black screen right now? You see a black screen right now. Hold on. And now you're going to see this. I got to swap to... it's not scuffed. It's not scuffed. Dang it. Now I'm going to have to edit this video. Okay. And then we just do this. Okay. Let me log into this. Okay, it remembers. Look at this. Here, create new site. Why not? Failed to load illustrations. Oh god, my internet. Generate your website. Sure. What kind of website do you need? Website for existing products, temporary campaign. Let's do a temporary campaign. Let's do a newsletter. Cool. Font colors. Dark mode as always. Oh yeah. That's clean. All right, let's go with this. This is pretty solid. Content. We don't really need features. Let's do an FAQ maybe. Probably no, we can keep in testimonials should be enough. I don't think we need pricing. Ready to get started. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. So let's create this. And we're gonna just make a and he's back. All right, I was gonna say we were gonna make a landing page about how cool Sumit is, but hopefully this works. Oh no. It's still a black screen. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Still nothing. All right, I'm gonna send a Google Meet link. Let's try not this. Check the chat. Let's try that one. How many engineers does it take? All right, let's try Meet. Hopefully this works. Maybe. Full screen. Here we go. Admit. Maybe. Hey, we did it.
What is the problem?
Pure rage.
What was it? I didn't
idea.
understand.
It's probably some weird camera permission ownership thing. Cameras are really weird.
But was it from like a whereby problem or?
It might have been. Whereby is generally pretty clean, so I would be surprised.
I mean, I saw myself. I saw my microphone go. In the beginning, I actually thought I was still in the stream and you were out. So I was asking the audience if they can hear me, and they said, "You're good, you're good," and I thought they meant me. The whole time.
Amazing. Oh man, it might be because back in business because Google is working. Yeah, we switched to Google Meet now. So I don't know if I can hide the little bottom thing. Probably not, but it won't kill us. So be it. Such is life.
Apologies.
Nah, what are you gonna do? Listen, I have to stop and restart my stream at the beginning of every podcast so that Whereby can access my good camera. Because otherwise the stream software takes over the good camera and won't let it go. So it's always going to be scuffed. People come here because we talk about interesting enough stuff. So they'll survive through some darkness, as we all do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I gave a whole speech about how we all start and end in darkness while you were gone, trying to pass the time. I think it got a little too deep for a moment, but it was fun.
I mean, I saw the chat. I was like, again, I was in the beginning, I thought I'm still online. So I talked to the audience about taking over your channel. It's mine now. And I was just talking to myself, apparently.
Oh my god. Well, there you go. I mean, you know what? You're welcome here anytime. You can have the stream key. Just go for it. You know what? As long as you tweet about it every time, make sure everybody follows this particular link. We're good. We're golden. Yeah.
It's awesome. By the way, what are your goals with the streaming, and what are your milestones that you're working towards?
So I moved to Thailand, and I said from the day I got to Thailand, within 3 months, I want to be a Twitch partner. Which is...
How do you become that?
You need an average viewership of 75 people consistently throughout your live streams across like at least 12 hours in a month. You have to maintain that number. My current viewership, like I told you, is like kind of varies between around like low 20s to like low 40s, depending on the day, depending on the content, depending on the hour. Yeah, but like a lot of the reason I was really excited to talk to you is because a lot of the things that you say about audiences and like your understanding and perception of it is something I 100% believe in. That concept of like the audience is the asset that you really build up over time and they go anywhere with you. And I am a living example of that because now I work on different projects every day, right? Like I'm working on this like Twitch to TikTok thing, but I'm also working on baseball team management software because I too
Oh, wow.
like to work on multiple projects and have dumb ideas, and I'm like, I gotta try, right? But they all come here to watch it, and I do a lot of the kind of like very similar stuff to what you're doing of the update videos and everything. And I also, with the podcast in particular, this exists really in my heart for one reason, which is to normalize that parts of the journey suck and make people feel not alone in the parts that suck. And so, like, I always do these interviews really long because I don't want to come in 10 minutes in and be like, tell me about the worst day you've had. And when was the last time you cried? You know? But by the end, you know, we kind of just fall into that. But yeah, I kind of took the stance where I said to myself, I want to be exactly two things. I want to be a successful entrepreneur and a successful content creator. And I'm going to achieve both of those goals in tandem. So as much as I build my startup in public, I also build my content in public. Everything okay over there?
Yeah. My wife was just coming in and brought me a little fruit bowl.
Oh,
very nice of her.
Love to see it. Yeah, I got no one coming, so unfortunately.
Take a look at that. That will.
Oh my god!
Next
granola decoration.
Hours.
Jesus, got a 5-star freaking hotel over there. I thought my place was nice. Yeah, but the content creation, like I also do that part in public. Like people build in public a lot with the startup. I actually build my content live as well. So I will record my videos live on Twitch. I will talk to my editor live on Twitch about everything. I will plan out my content. Literally May 22nd, day I got here, I wrote my life goals live. And I was like, this is it. We got 3 months. This is what we're trying to achieve. Let's go for it.
That's awesome. Well, yeah, I hope everything falls into place and you widely exceed your expectations.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
It will happen, of course. So how, you just wrote me via email. We just had brief contact via email before this. So I'm glad we can now get to know each other a bit more. But you were on a, 300-hour live stream or something?
Yeah, it was... So when you get to Thailand, you have to quarantine for 2 weeks straight, and you can't leave the hotel room. Like you cannot open the door and walk outside. So you gotta do something. And I said to myself, wow, I'm gonna be like real lonely, and real sad, real fast. And so I decided, well, let's go 100% onto the other side of this. When else will I have a time in my life where this actually makes sense? And there is like very, very little downside to doing it. So I would wake up every morning and everybody would say good morning to me in chat because they saw me fucking wake up. And I would go to bed and everyone would say goodnight. And it's a bit much, take a build in public a little far for sure. And, definitely not. If I were married and had kids, probably wouldn't be doing that one. But,
so you left the camera rolling when you were sleeping?
Yeah, I would play replays of like my old interviews and such, so that people had content to watch. And at one point, I actually built like a little Twitch Plays Mario thing, and then I would leave that up, and so they could like type chat commands that would click buttons and stuff and play the video game while I slept to give them some entertainment. Yeah, it was fun, surprisingly easy. It was really a Python moment because I kind of just downloaded import Twitch Plays, and it just kind of worked after like a few hours of downloading libraries.
Well, that's a loyal audience. It also feels like Twitch is more a place to hang out. I could just go into my living room, play a video game, and have Twitch on the side up with someone doing the same. It's really, really nice.
A lot of people do that. A lot of comedians do that, and like actors and actresses will like just come in and just start playing video games. And there's this really strong concept, like when you talk to like people who try to become content creators full time, of like the tipping point is where you are the content. And so it doesn't actually matter what you stream. People come because they want to talk to you. So it might as well just be a straight video camera and nothing else. And you can sort of start to achieve that. And so a lot of the time the video game, if it's something that's not too intensive, can be a similar medium for that, where you can start to kind of get that concept. And I think like, someone of your caliber, right? Like you even saw this. You did this YouTube live stream like literally yesterday or this morning. Time zones are confusing. But right, people were asking you questions the whole time. And you were just kind of live coding, right? It wasn't like you were necessarily saying like, hey, ask me things. But I mean, you kind of did. But all the same, right? Like people will come and just ask you because they want to talk to you, because they find your story interesting. They find your experiences interesting. It's 10% living vicariously, 30% needing advice, 30% wanting to handle their own struggles, and 30% it's just kind of interesting and humanizing, right? And so you kind of get all that together, and then suddenly, the 24-hour stream doesn't seem so ridiculous because you live your ups and downs with them. But it was still
that's true.
Kind of ridiculous. Like, I very much did it because I was like, guys, listen, I'm 23. I got 2 weeks of nothing. If there were ever a moment in my life where I could do some real stupid shit, this would be the moment. We're just going to do it. And I'm going to have the story to tell for the rest of my life. And you know what?
It's impressive. Yeah.
I did.
Awesome. Congrats. And how, like, do you know the longest, like the viewer that stayed the longest on the stream? Like how many hours?
Oh, that's such a good question. I don't. People would stop in and out. A lot of people lurked. Which would be like they leave the stream open and like they would go to bed and leave it open on their computer so that I still had the viewership. It was really funny. I gotta say, funniest thing was I would fall asleep, play reruns, and people would follow the channel while I was sleeping thinking the reruns were live. And that felt really great. I was like, oh man, I gotta get a reruns channel going. Just like every time I go to bed, it's just gonna be like, Brock's reruns or something. But I think it was probably Astro, which is my like biggest mod, head of like everything. She helps me out with all of my social, all of my community, everything. I mean, she's 10 out of 10. Like, probably wouldn't have the channel without her. And I'm moderately confident that she never closed the stream. And even to this day, I'm moderately confident she doesn't close it most of the time. A lot of people use you as background noise, so that helps. But yeah, it was very interesting. It was an experience really awesome. Like no other.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Oh. Really impressive. And my cat wants to go into the stream as well.
Yeah. We are. We are a fan.
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. The cat is currently killing something, but after she's done with that, I will get her into the stream as well. All right. You said you have a big, like a pillar of agenda.
Well, like I said,
it's a few agenda pillars.
Yeah, it's nothing too, well, okay, I can't even lie and say it's not that built out. I over prepare for everything because, I really care about knowing the person that I'm talking to, which is why I dug and found every podcast and watched every video that was anything more than MRR update and hello cat. What's the cat's name?
Simba.
I was gonna guess that. Oh my god, that was my one. You will hear her.
Can you hear?
No. Microphone's too good.
We'll get louder, and you will hear him purr.
Oh, I do hear it now. That's amazing. Oh, that's wonderful. See, man, this is part of it too. Like, just being people. I think there's this tendency of people. Like you came in, I said all those numbers, and you were like, "Yeah, I mean, feels way cooler when you say it, right?" There's a lot of also like humanizing of this, like. Something as simple as like super cool guy, crazy following, audience, very successful entrepreneur, chilling with a cat today. We're just gonna kind of enjoy a moment. And
as stream with a cat.
Yeah, I'm telling you, people don't take it seriously when I say it. People think like, oh yeah, haha, having a cat. But man, like the comments I get after a lot of these podcasts are like, you know what, man, like that helped. That made me feel better about the things that I'm doing. And so that's why I go all the way and write this whole agenda, because I was even telling people before the stream, I was like, because I can ask you a million questions about your business and you can answer them the same way that you have a million times, right? I can ask you a million questions about your like recording strategies and, like what else do people ask you all the time? Like what it's like to build side projects while also being full-time, right? And, oh, how do you manage your time? And it's interesting, right? And it's totally a topic people would be interested to hear about. They can hear about a bunch of other places. But the biggest thing about like the humanizing is I really try and focus in on like what were the hard parts, like even when I talked to Arvid, right? Arvid like sold his company for quote a life-changing amount of money, which I can only imagine is at least 8 figures, which is quite higher than I can count. But we didn't talk about like how great it felt to sell the business. We talked about 5 days later, the emptiness he felt, and during when he hadn't decided to hire people and like his struggle there. When I was talking to Oyvind, we talked about like his struggles with like kind of, as you've said, like being online so much that he can't like be present, and he worries about like being a good father and everything. And these are like really weird fucking conversations that nobody ever would expect these guys to have. But hearing somebody who is perhaps where a lot of people want to be say very human things brings it back down to the, oh, you know what, like this is a real person, we're all just real people, and maybe if they could do it, so can I. And so that's why I go to that level of being super deep and asking like about people crying all the time. So that's why I have to do all this preparation ahead of time, because I have to know what were the moments that you might have, and then get into those.
I think that's fantastic. I mean, first of all, I think if you do like a, whatever, half an hour interview or something, some people might come in very prepared, like the people that get interviewed. So the audience sees what they want to see. But if you're in a 4 hour, like just chilling, hanging out, you will actually get to meet the people. And I imagine you getting this feedback is very motivating to keep going, right?
Yeah. No, it was when I 3 weeks ago set those goals. One of the biggest things, I was like, you know what? Like when I talked to Peter, that was a really big deal because Peter has a really big audience. And so a lot of people came in that day, and a lot of people followed, and a lot of people still come back to this day. And they're like, yeah, dude, I first found you through Peter, but like, you know, I'm here. You know, I'm not leaving for a while. And so I realized,
Awesome.
you know what? Like I got to talk to more people like that, where they are simultaneously an inspirational entrepreneur and also have an audience that they can talk about. And so we can relate on that note, as well as like talk about, you know, business and everything. So it's not just another business podcast. It's also talking about like content and everything. And, you know, we can go up and down on how cool audiences are. And then after we relate at that level, we can get into the deep shit that people really seem to enjoy, which was interesting because I didn't used to think that was the thing. Like I used to be like, oh, I got to be educational, blah, blah, blah. And then people were like, I prefer it when you talk about feelings. And I was like, fuck, okay.
Well, I feel even more flattered that you invited me, because I mean, Peter, Arvid, these are industry giants in my head. I look up to them. So yeah, being, you know, interviewed by you in a line with people like this going before me, I'm nervous now. Shit.
Dude, don't be nervous, because literally, like I said, there's no wrong answers here. Right? Like when I say I want to just hear about you as a person, I truly do mean that. And that's why, as much as we talk about the business and everything, like I prefer to talk about these, you know, how do you view like achievement, right? And goals, and like things that people can take away from, because you might not view yourself at their tier, right? And we'll always have people that we look up to. You know, I talk to Peter basically every fucking day now. And I still feel that way, right? Even though he's kind of, you know, he's just a normal person now who like makes dumb jokes all the time, and has stupid pictures on Telegram, right? But all the same, you know, he's also like crazy successful guy, right? But in my eyes, in the eyes of most people, you know, you are all people to strive to be, right? Like you are absolutely a person who is not only where many people would strive to be, but also like continues to show like, you know, these are things I even want to get into pretty soon, like an astounding amount of motivation, an astounding amount of like mental clarity and direction. And these are things that most people really, really struggle with, that I imagine maybe didn't even come naturally, like maybe things that you had to learn. And these are all things that people look up to, myself included. So TLDR,
understood.
You're pretty cool. Screw off.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shucks. All right, let's move on.
Yeah. So I'll go back into that one. So one of the things that I love about your story is I remember hearing you say the words, you love your projects so much you could work on them 25 hours a day, which I think is a great quote. And now motivation, productivity are very, very, very common struggles for people, right? Like all the time I have people come in, how do you become more productive? You know, do you have any hacks, this and that? I'm not going to ask you about any hacks. I'm not going to ask you about any secrets. What I'm going to ask you is, and there is no wrong answer to this. I've gotten yeses to this. I've gotten no's to this. Have you struggled with it? Have there been times where your motivation faltered, where you had to re-find it, where you lost passion, regained passion? Or for you, is it really sort of a perpetual battery that the moment you had the idea, you just kind of had to see it come to fruition, and it's just been chasing that since the start?
No, definitely not. There are always ups and downs, and I guess it depends on what you find demotivating. Like, because it's a roller coaster. Building a business is a roller coaster. I think everyone agrees on that. And there are things that just get you down sometimes, specifically when you focus on them too much. So I had this, I would say, a month ago, where I had a few weeks of let's say I was overwhelmed, and I wouldn't say I was not motivated, but I just didn't feel good about the project itself or the projects. And there are a few things I always keep in my head. First thing, the more lows you have and you get through them, these are exactly the moments where I think successful entrepreneurs, successful businesses are defined. The more of these lows you get over or get through, the higher your success rate will be, or your chances of success. And that is not only this true for business; it's the same for working out. Sports. Like you wake up and you have to do a run or something according to your plan, but you don't want to. Like your body doesn't want to do. If you do it, then that's one huge step towards success. And this is what I always keep in my head, that when I feel down, when I don't want to, when I feel bad, for whatever reason it is, I know that showing up every day, that is something that makes me successful at the end of the day. So we just do it. So what I do in those cases, so whatever it is, being it I got bad customer reviews, or had a couple bad experience, or I had a downtime, or things are breaking everywhere and the code base is messy, or competitors are like crushing it, and I feel like, how can I ever compete? Whatever it is, there are things like this. I know I cannot do exceptional work on that day or on that week, but what I can do is I can sit down and squash bugs or do small stuff. So I try to pick like smaller things, random things, maybe things that I can do in isolation where I don't have to be exposed to customers or whatever, someone that might feel that I have not the highest energy right now. I will focus on them. So, for example, yesterday in the live stream, I did a very small task. I was just doing some CSS stuff, some small front-end component, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It makes the app a bit more polished, and I can focus on it while talking to the audience. And if I feel down, I know that going through that, these are the what's the highs and lows. These are the lows that I have to get over to ultimately become successful. This was a long answer, but yeah.
Listen, we're here to hear you. All right, they hear me every goddamn day. They're tired of it. So do not feel bad about it. But I want to go even deeper on that. You even mentioned like a few weeks ago, it got rough for a few different reasons. Can you take me like a level deeper there? What happened? And more importantly, like, how did you feel? Like, what were the like exact emotions and struggles? And if you did, how did you get through it, or did it just kind of slowly pass?
Yeah. Let me quickly get myself back. So I know that, for example, focusing on competitors, that was bringing me down quite a lot. Where I noticed it only later by reflecting on it, but I was stopping to focus on my users. I was not like looking into the community space anymore and talking to users about what they need or have trouble with. I was looking at what competitors are doing. Competitors, like where they are copying us, how can I avoid that? Where they are using things that we've built without consent or whatever. I was looking at how much they raise, what they do, how much people they have, and so on. So I was focusing on competitors, and I didn't notice at the time when it was like this, but this brought me down a lot, because I thought I cannot, like, even though I had this successful business and people look outside of it and say, okay, you earn 10K, everybody would dream about that. I'm thinking, well, I can barely afford 2 people working full-time on this, while others have 50 people working on this and offering the product for free. How the hell would I compete? Like, what's even the point? I was at this level. Like, what's even the point of doing this? Like, I'm here spending all my spare time on these projects every day, through the night, every morning. So what's the damn point if I get overrun by venture capital? Yeah. And so this was the level where I was. And how does that look like then on a day? I mean, my wife will know, and others around me, that I'm not as hyped, in these scenarios. But I'm also a very reflective guy. So I try to think about this, then, not only I feel like this shit, a few days later, I will start to think, why do I feel like this? What are the things I focus on? What are my worries? Are these really worries that I should have? And then I know I need motivation to, for example, I watch a motivational speech of someone that addresses this. For example, there was a video from Jeff Bezos someone sent me where he said, the successful people will focus on the users, like customer obsession. That's what you have to look at, not the competitor. This was the first where I thought, oh shit, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, and probably why I feel bad. And I expose myself to users again, and people like you and the team at Treasure One, and they are of course very excited about the product and so on. So exposing myself to the right kind of influence, I think, is what keeps motivation high. And surrounding yourself with people that think like you, think like that, want to work on something, are excited just as you, that goes a long way in getting out of a rut where you have maybe influences that bring you down.
So it's a really big community thing for you.
Well, without a community, this would have died a long time ago. So yes, definitely. I think it all came together with this whole, this was not planned, and I don't think you can plan it. I started doing it in public. First, some developers came in, helped out on the open source projects, and then it just grew. There was a community. I told them openly, look, I can't keep up with support. We have tens of thousands of people now in this app. You all are writing me emails. I get 1,000 emails per day. I cannot answer anymore. Here is a forum. Please help yourself. Otherwise, I can't code, And then they did, and this, without them as users, as paying subscribers, as community members, this would have died a long time ago. I would not have to be able to keep up with the scale alone.
Did the stress of it change when you moved from open source to paid?
It was not really open source to paid. The Treasure One project itself, it was not open source to paid. It was a part of it was open source. And I had a free version for about 3 months to just test if somebody wants it. Then I went to paid. It didn't really change a lot because I was just openly telling them, look, I will not race. I will not sell you data. I will not put ads in front of you. So to make this sustainable, I need to charge money. I know there are free alternatives out there, but my goal is not to compete on price, but to compete on value. So if you think it's not worth €5 a month or now €8 a month, then what do I have to change on the product to make it worth? Not I have to change the price. So this was always what I told them and always what I did. And I stand by that to this day, and I will continue to do that because it's the only way to create a healthy business. I don't want to offer something for free and then try some sneaky way behind, to earn money or something. I want it simple. I build something of value and I sell that. It's a simple business model that worked for centuries. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a very well tested and a very strong pitch of sell a thing for money and people buy the thing. I really love that concept. I think that's innovative.
It's innovative now because of the startup bubble, I think. But
yeah.
There are influencers like Basecamp. They advocated for this for so long, and others, Peter included, and so on. They just build something of value and test it as soon as possible. I bought Peter's book, Make. What's it called? Make book.
Yeah, I think it's it's Make the Bootstrapper's Handbook or something. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's called Make. Yeah. I've read that twice, and I was following the exact launch. So I didn't launch on Product Hunt and so on, but because I'm in the German market and I had a German product, and I didn't want to launching a German product on Product Hunt. I don't think there is a lot of traction. But anyways, I followed this advice and tried to validate as fast as possible. Man, you need this. You're tired.
I just yawn a lot. That's my problem. I'm up until 1 a.m. every night, but I yawn for like the last 6 hours of the day. I'm sorry. This is literally the thing I'm most self-conscious about. Every single podcast happens around this time, and every time I'm yawning the whole time. But I yawn at 3 p.m. and I yawn at 10 a.m. It doesn't get solved. I don't know. I could order myself a soda or something, but it's gonna be tough. Yeah. Makebook.io if anybody wants to look into that book. Very, very good book. Would super recommend.
Yeah, me too. It's fantastic. And also the books from Arvid, of course. I'm reading his second book currently.
Oh, I just read that. Embedded Entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I just finished that one. I read it right before our interview, so awesome. I could talk about it. Yeah.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's audience building, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, it's literally what you've done, right? And it's what I'm endeavoring to do.
I think I can still learn a lot there. I mean, I don't really consider myself having an audience yet. Like, I do have a small one, but there's a long way to go, I think.
Well, you compare yourself to the guy next on the ladder, right? Like, you're comparing yourself to Arvid, and then you compare yourself to Peter. Yeah, right. Okay, great. But
that's true.
Like, I'm sitting at 800. I compare myself to you. We all do, right? You always have to go one level up the ladder. But I'll tell you this much: I've learned, and you'll get to this part of the book, spoilers, but effectively, essentially, exactly what you've done is what Arvid describes as the way to do it. Is you build alongside your audience, with them being somebody you're constantly talking to, and he has this really interesting platform because it's sort of like this interim between like a social media play and customer discovery, sort of all at the same time, while like prototyping a product and using it for validation and everything. It's a very clean, like, ties onto a bow a lot of the things that I think we already like sort of think about subconsciously, but probably never put together. I think it goes really well with Makebook too. It's like a steak and a fine wine type vibe.
How do you consider? Well, I don't know if you have the problem, but at least I'm sometimes thinking about, is this really the right way? Because the users of my product and the audience I'm talking to are not necessarily overlapping. So I'm talking to bootstrappers and indie hackers and people that want to build something online, but these are not the users of my product. These are not this is not the target audience for my products. So yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm, misdirecting at least one of my projects. Yeah.
What I came to understand from Arvid's is actually like kind of what you just said, is the goal is ideally you would want all of your Twitter followers to be your customers. Like, in this ideal, perfect kind of scenario, is ideally the people who follow you are the people you're building for, as much as you can. I think that's really tough, mostly because like you have the German product, it would have to be a German audience. Your tweets are mostly in English from what I can tell. And as is YouTube now. So I think it's a tough game because of that for you. But at the end of the day, like, still having an audience, I think that's something that Arvid doesn't. Well, no, he does actually talk about this. And we've talked about it. That concept of the asset. At the end of the day, if you build up an asset of an audience as you're building, they follow you to the next thing. So now you as an entrepreneur are just always better. So it might not be the perfect audience. It might not be the ideal audience. It might not be the audience as Arvid like recommends it, but it is still, without a doubt, a huge benefit. But all the same, something you can endeavor to do is start to build in that overlap. Try and funnel people into your Twitter and just say, hey guys, if you don't see me respond over email fast, feel free to tag me on Twitter. There you go. Now your support, but it works.
Yeah, I agree 100%. This is definitely also where this is also a struggle. I don't think people from the US have that problem or that thought, but I'm thinking a lot, should I tweet in German? Or should I make my YouTube channel in the beginning was German and then I switched to English, because I thought about what comes after Trezor One or other projects, bless you, and they will probably not be only focused at Germany, or even with Trezor One, I want to go international at some point. So it's good to start or do that in English. But. I assume at some point, it will happen. But if I look at Trezor One, the audience, it's very diverse, but obviously these are finance focused people, and they are from a student that saves $100 a month to CEOs of companies that that invest their millions and track that through the app. So yeah, it's obviously the CEO probably doesn't follow me on Twitter, but you would be surprised that there were some, chairmen of some huge corporations that just reached out on Twitter and said they love the product and the openness. It's fun.
That would definitely be something I would double down on if you get the chance. Bring them on, talk with them like we are right now. It's really, really powerful. Lesson I learned from talking to Peter is when somebody who's hot shit wants to talk to you, you say yeah, let's talk and let's let everybody see it. And it benefits you a lot.
That's a good point.
Pro tip.
That's a good point.
Yeah, from one kid who siphons other people's audiences unintentionally and then slowly intentionally as a strat. No, siphon's such a negative word. Arvid actually talks about it in his book. He calls it the audience audition, where it's he comes onto my Twitch stream and talks to my people, and then a bunch of my people go follow him. Some of his people see the video, and then they come follow me, and so it's more of a sharing kind of collaborative thing. But it's a big deal if you can say, I talked to the CEO of blank for 30 minutes about why he thinks my product is cool. Video's going to get a lot of views. That's
a great idea. I haven't even thought about that. Damn, I should do that more often. Yeah, definitely. I will try to get some people, some users on the call. So who I talk to currently are basically creators that have audiences themselves that use the product to show their own portfolios.
That's super interesting.
That is for example, the biggest German finance channel, Finanzfluss, they are using the product to talk about different strategies in investing. So users would send their portfolios tracked in our app. They mark it as public. They can send in the link, and they would live stream the channel host basically roasting the portfolio, so talking about the strategy visualized through our app. So this is obviously a great thing for Trezor One. It's a good thing for the channel. It builds a great partnership now.
That's a ridiculously huge opportunity that very few people have. I think that's one of the really interesting things about your business is I think you're a very, very, very good example of the build something very niche in the way that it is niche and that it is particularly solving a problem that you have in Germany, right? Because of lack of APIs, lack of capability to do that sort of calculation. And so you're benefiting so much from that because you're solving for a group of people that are in love with what you did because nobody else could do it, right? If you have the biggest freaking German finance channel using your thing all the time, I mean, you probably don't need to do anything because that's as much free marketing as you could ever freaking ask for. But you could also sponsor them. You could also hand them an affiliate link. I'm sure you already have.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, of course. Right. But yeah, I mean, between that, all the CEOs and crap, and you have a bunch of creators, I mean, I can see why you've done so well. It appears very well deserved.
Thanks. It's I think we're very lucky in that sense that let's say the creators, especially the professional the creators I admire and look up to because they resemble similar values. They don't ask you to trade CFD, whatever, something to earn a commission. They actually try to give out meaningful advice. These are the ones where I also said, these are the only people I will accept in an affiliate program, for example. We have an affiliate program, but so small, we only allowed 3 people in so far. We get hundreds of people asking. And we just say no, because first of all, we want to see if a creator would recommend our tool without being paid. That's a kind of validation that is important for us. And as soon as people do, we will look at what content they have, what are they preaching to the audience, how active are they, what quality is the content. And if it fits with our values, we'll say, look, we love what you do. We saw you use Trezor One. Here's an affiliate link. And it's a great deal also. It's not like they get paid if someone visits the site or something. They get a share of the entire lifetime revenue that a customer that they bring does through the subscription. So they can basically build their own revenue stream if people come in and stick with the product. So yeah, we are inviting only very few people, but I think these people that are in then are quite powerful for us.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to do it, really. Like, literally, the only two companies I reached out to about sponsoring this channel were tools that I used live on stream. And then I started talking to the companies just like for support and everything. And I was like, I've already used your tool on stream for several hours. If you want to make this something more formal, like I would love to like start shouting it out and like very explicitly tell people like, hey, I use this. I really like this. You should use it because it's just the best thing I found. And I
It's
literally reached
awesome.
out to two companies and both of them said yes. And now I have
Awesome.
two sponsors on this stream that are just two tools I use a lot.
That's
And that's,
amazing.
yeah, it's pretty good feeling. But I think that's like, again, one of those, and I think this is also like a really nice thing about build in public. I think in general, whoa, how do I word this without sounding like a huge prick? I'm gonna just
Go ahead.
I'm gonna just sound
We
like a
accept
huge
tricks.
prick. It's a bit more like morally focused. Like it's a little bit more moral where it's a lot of people would say, uh, you know, like just give an affiliate link to everybody, whatever, right? But like you care about like doing things the right way, about having people that are like meaningful, right? Like
Mhm.
you're not just chasing numbers, you're chasing like a real relationship with your users, a real business. Like perhaps it's to some extent that ironically the meta of doing well in business just so happens to be like a more human centric, wholesome thing. But all the same, I feel like build in public, you have much more of a tendency to like talk about things, care about things, be more open, honest with not only the journey, but also like the product itself and the way that you run the business.
I That brings me to a very good point because I think there is an additional thing here. So, how I always think about what you just said is to have some sort of idealism about everything you do,
Yes.
and the luxury or privilege of focusing on idealism is only if you don't have, like, if you're not 100% dependent on it. So, for example, the competitors that raised VC money, I can completely understand why they can't worry about this, but I'm the same thing that makes me struggle to grow faster, which is time and resources, makes me not dependent on the income of Trezor One, for example, which means I can be idealistic about this thing. So, and that's what I do. I focus a lot of effort on user privacy. We are donating 1% of all revenue to climate change projects. We are open sourcing some of our stuff. We are like ignoring some of the products that are out there where we think they rip off people. We are only accepting people that resemble our values in the affiliate program, and so on and so forth. So it is a privilege to do that, but it's also something where I think, if I can choose any business that I want in life, then of course I want one that is affiliated or associated with good values and just like being good for employees and customers alike. So yeah, it's a very, very nice thing to be idealistic in that sense.
Yeah, 100%. I also, as like a adjacent to that, I think about life that way a lot, just in general, where there's this mentality I really try and adopt, and it's very hard to do. And I remind myself of this, I mean, daily. But this concept of the main being the main character of your own story.
Mhm.
And I've read so much about this, where it's you wake up and you imagine like you're the beginning of the book, right? It's like Dan got up that day ready to take over the world, and every meal you have is like the best meal you've ever had. Every task that you do is like bringing you 1 inch closer to this like ridiculous, finale goal type thing. And again, right, it is this like idealism of life, and it is much harder to do when you don't have the privilege of being able to kind of choose what you do with your time. But when you do have these moments, that's something I often go to for motivation and inspiration, is like, just viewing myself as this crazy main character. Twitch helps with that a lot because I get a bunch of people
Mhm.
that are like following me and like encouraging me and everything. And I'm like, yeah, we got this team. And that's just like, my goal is just to feel like that all the time, like I just want to always be like, yeah, we got it. And so it's like something you really got to like beat into your own head again and again. It's like, yeah, this is the
Yeah.
best meal I'm ever going to have. Like this is going to be the best day I've ever had. Fall asleep, wake up the next day, say the same thing. And, you sort of make it true by believing it, because whether or not anything actually changed during the day, your perspective on it shifted. And then once your perspective changes, it's a big thing, right? So if you wake up and you say, I'm going to run like the greatest company in the world, we're going to be so caring, we're going to do all these things, then the moment you get the opportunity, you can do that, right? And you were planning on it and it's like clear and obvious and you feel so goddamn cool.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's also a good question. If do we donate for who's like for feel good ourselves or actually because we care? It's always a question.
That's
But
a big
what
one.
I can also say is we don't even do marketing with it. Like there is no page. We don't throw it into people's faces. We just do it.
I only do marketing. I'm on the exact
Oh,
opposite side, but I respect you. That's. I think that
we
means that
will.
you're onto something. That's the sign that you're doing it right.
Yeah, but at some point we will probably do marketing for it, or we will be more prominent with it, because in general, I think it's a good thing, and I want to give the users the feeling that they did a good thing, because at the end of the day, it's not me donating, it's them donating if they are a subscriber. So I want to give that feeling back to them. That means I have to talk about it a bit more. But anyways, I don't think there is harm in doing good and then talking about it as a means of marketing, whatever.
I read this saying once that was, if we live in a world where being good is profitable, it'll be a good world.
Yeah.
And I really stand by that, where it's like, yeah, okay, like if I made money off of donating money to charity, yay everyone. Like that's just a huge win. Go team, right?
Yeah.
Like where's the complaint there? Yeah, it's interesting. Humble Bundle. I don't know if you've seen them. I don't know if you're much of a gamer, but it's a.
I was.
You were? Okay. I will ask about that in a moment. But Humble Bundle, they sell like a lot of games and like bundles, like generally games that are a few years old, and they donate a portion, like a large portion, like 30, 40, sometimes 70%, I think, to charity.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually
Awesome.
have like sliders, and you can decide how much of your money goes to the developers of the games, how much of it goes to the charity, and how much of it actually goes to
Wow.
Humble Bundle. And then at the end, it's like, all right, you got your games, and you donated this much to charity. Woo! So it's like a very,
Yeah.
very similar vibe, and I think that's something that really, really helped them like blow up. Is no one ever questioned their intent to do good and also help people get games cheap. It was just always a good
That's
vibe.
an amazing concept.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Website worth looking at. Humble Bundle.
Bundle, yeah. Comes up immediately.
Yeah, it's very big. I haven't looked at it in a long time, but if we're gonna be honest, there's only one annual subscription I've maintained since the age of like 18, and it is the Humble Bundle annual subscription. And so I get all of the monthly bundles, but they also do like weekly ones. I think it's crazy. It's beautiful, beautiful business.
Do you get access to all these games, or?
Yeah, you just get all those games when you pay the price. So they have like tiers. So like for $1 you get all the games at the top, and then like for $5 you also get the games in the middle, and then like for $10 you also get the games at the bottom or whatever.
But where do you get them? On Steam or
Most
where?
of it's Steam. Yeah. Sometimes it's a download. Sometimes it's like whatever, like Origin. If it's the rare Origin.
But how,
game.
how do they do that? Do they give to you a gift
Key.
like a key? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I see Stellaris in there. I love that game.
Oh yeah, were you like a Civilization type guy?
I never played Civilization, but the first 4X game, all right, like explore, expand, blah blah blah, was Stellaris, and the creator of them, Paradox Interactive.
Yeah.
What the first game that I played with them was City Skylines, because I'm a SimCity fan.
Okay.
But SimCity was always like, it was never good, but I loved the concept. So City Skylines is what SimCity should have been. So I played that a lot. But way before that, like many years before, like it's how I got into programming, through gaming, because my Counter-Strike group needed a website. So I've learned coding to do that.
Amazing. Those are my favorite stories. Yeah. I also interviewed Marco Saric, who's like the head of marketing for Plausible, and he built a Metallica fan club website at like the age of like 13 or something. And it was like getting 1 million visitors a month because it was such early internet, and he just like knew how to build a website. And like half of his life can be kind of like slowly attributed to like just branching off of that again and again and being like the only person in the room who knew what he was talking about because he was like one of the earliest internet people of websites. And I always love
That's
those
amazing.
stories of, oh yeah, I built this Minecraft mod when I was 8, or yeah, I did this fucking Counter-Strike website. That's amazing.
One of them is still on. So at some point, I would assume, quite good at building these websites, and I tried to make them better and better. But the interesting part in Counter-Strike leagues, so we played in German leagues and also ESL. I think that's still a thing, I guess. Anyways, so we played in these leagues, and the better the group was, the team, the better their website. So you can look at the website and judge how good the team is, basically, like from the quality of the website. So what we did then is we went into a new league, one we haven't played in before, where you have to start at the bottom, and we created a new team name and a completely crappy website, like as bad as we could, just so we are so people what's it called, underestimate us.
Yeah.
So they look at the website and think, well, we will, these noobs, like, we will take the second team, take the beginners, they can test some stuff on their, easy win, and then we crushed them. It's really fun, and it worked like a charm, like for a few ranks in the league until we went up.
That's amazing.
So that website is still on.
Oh yeah, what's the link?
I will not share it.
It's heartbreaking.
I'm just checking. It's still there, but I don't feel proud of what's on there, and it's German as well. But I don't feel really proud of what's on there. I mean, I was
just a bunch of we're gonna wreck your face, like we're gonna kick your asses, noobs type stuff.
Yeah, kind of, and it even has still the ICQ numbers on it that we had back then.
legendary, ancient internet.
Yeah,
truly an easier time.
Yeah, that was fun. But gaming. Yeah, I would, if I would start again, I play once a month or something. I play Age of Empires 2 with the group online still, like 4 versus 4 or something. But other than that, if I would go really like into it anymore, I would not have a business, and my family would still not see me.
I'm still struggling with that. Right now I'm playing Fire Emblem in the background while I work. And so I like tab in, do a turn on Fire Emblem, tab back. And my friends keep giving me so much crap for it. They're like, "Dan, stop playing video games, ship something." And I'm like, "I'm doing both." They're like, "That's not true. That's not true. You're just playing video games." And it's like, it breaks my heart. And I'm like, no, there's turns. And they're probably right, but I can't accept it yet. But maybe once I've beaten like 6 more Fire Emblem games, then I'll finally accept it. Yeah. But like those early games, like when I was a kid, I played so much Minecraft. I played like a ton of like Warcraft 3 custom games and stuff. It was like remembering those early times. It was just different. There was something magical about like community back then that I think has been lost as the internet kind of grew. Yeah.
What are you playing currently?
Literally, so I'm playing Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, which was Are you familiar with Fire Emblem? Start there.
No.
Okay, cool. Then I won't even go into which one it is, but it's an older game. Not that much older. It was like on the Wii. I'm playing it on an emulator. It's like a overhead like strategy SRPG, I guess. Kind of like it's weird to compare it Diablo. To StarCraft. Yeah. It's like it's turn-based. It's single player, and you versus like computer enemy playing through a story as you like control an army through different like battles and stuff. But
looks a bit like Final Fantasy, but I'm not 100%.
If you played Final Fantasy Tactics, then yes.
Okay.
Every other Final Fantasy is majority different, but some of them are turn-based. Yeah. I also played a lot of Final Fantasy. Those were my heart. I will play Final Fantasy X again any day.
I haven't played it for that long. What were the games where I really went into? It was StarCraft 2, Diablo 3 and 2, Counter-Strike Source, and before that, the first games were Unreal Tournament 2004 and Tactical Ops, the mod. That was basically the Counter-Strike version, but a lot faster. Tactical Ops was the first game where we got internet for the first time, and we were like, and DSL, and we were like, holy shit, that website, it was like a flash, it immediately showed up. And now you can start gaming, and when we played Tactical Ops and saw how other people are moving differently in the game, because before that we were always like playing against the computer. And this was a good time. And these were the games that I really, really went into. Diablo 3 was the last one where I was really like playing many, many, many hours. And then, I don't know what happened, man. Then my life went downwards.
Yeah, man, it's all been downhill since then. I have to find that joyous youth.
Not sure what happened.
Yeah. Oh man, during the 14-day quarantine, that really got me back into games again, because I was like, Jesus Christ, I can't just sit here like for 14 days straight and do nothing entertaining. I need fun. And I relapsed, if you will. And now
I would do that too. If I would have 2 weeks of nothing, like no business to run, no family to take care of, nothing, like get me in a room and leave me alone, I would start gaming again as well. Someone asked if I played Warcraft 3. I did, but I was not really an expert. Like with Warcraft, I always chose the same race or whatever it's called, and did my thing. It was really fun, but I didn't like get into it as much as StarCraft, for example. Or there were like small games where I really went into, like Gumroad. No, not Gumroad.
Gumroad.
Bubble. What was it called?
Peggle?
Like it was like Worms. It was like Worms, where you have a
Worms.
2D map and you have to shoot each other, but much more sophisticated.
Was it literally called Worms?
No.
Because there's a game called Worms that is almost exactly what you just described.
Yeah, as I meant, the game that I'm referring to is like Worms.
Oh, it's like was it tanks?
Sure.
Were you shooting 2 tanks?
No, you could. No. I don't remember what it's called. It's so long ago. But these were the games where I got really into. And then, of course, everything Nintendo, like Super Smash Bros., Mario Kart, Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo, these were the ones where I really got into it. Before that, maybe PlayStation. But the last console I had was an Xbox One. And I've sold it, and since I don't like, I'm not a console gamer.
I mean, who is? I don't think they're real. I've never seen them.
Yeah,
I think that's just like a unicorn or something.
Yeah, I tried to play Diablo 3 on the console, and Blizzard does an amazing job of like moving the UI and the the controls over to the console. But there were so many cheaters on there; it was crazy. So back to PC, I guess.
There you go. There's
Are you on a PC, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Or Mac?
I was on a Mac, but I was on a Mac only because I was given a Mac as a gift. But when I decided to go stream forever and make this like part of my career, I got a desktop, which was Windows, and like had a pretty good setup. And then when I decided to go full nomad, I was like, I can't take this whole freaking desktop. So I sold the desktop, gave the MacBook to my brother, and then I invested that plus other money I made from Twitch plus some consulting money, and I put it all into a new super Omega fancy laptop that I'm currently on. And yes, it's an Alienware, and no, I'm not ashamed of it that much.
I never used one. Is it good? Is it great?
Oh yeah, it's like one step below like the top tier machine you could probably get right now. Like it has a 3070 in it, and I think the 3090 like just came out a week ago or something. And so when I bought it, it was 3070 and 3080 were the 2 newest cards from Nvidia. Mm-hmm. And so like I'll accidentally leave Apex Legends running in the background and Fire Emblem and 2 Android simulators and stream, and I won't notice. And I'll just like tab back in and I'll be like, oh, holy shit, this computer's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds incredible. I wonder what like Apple is able to do with their new M1 chips. Like I'm on a M1 MacBook Air right now. And it's faster than the Intel MacBook Pros that I used in the past. But yesterday, for example, live stream video call coding, like it doesn't have a fan, so it can't like spin up like crazy.
Yeah.
But I noticed the lag then during development and so on. But I'm wondering what if they bring this new processor type to the bigger machines, what they are able to do performance-wise, and then still keep the battery life up and the cooling down, but no games, almost no games for the Mac. That is I wish Paradox Interactive would do their games for Mac.
Yeah.
At least then.
I dual boot when I have a Mac. I dual booted into Windows within 2 days.
I think it's not possible anymore with the M1 Macs and the new architecture. As far as I know, Apple doesn't support it anymore, and I don't think there were any great. Their strategy is more walls up, I guess.
Interesting. Do you have Boot Camp on your computer? Like, is it come default?
I mean, that's what I mean. Boot Camp doesn't work anymore, and there was this other thing called Parallels or something. But I think it's. I have only researched it when I got this M1 MacBook Air, and back then it was like there was no good solution out there currently for running Windows. But I could be completely wrong by now. Not sure what's happening since then. But anyways, yeah, if that works with a good, if this is a good setup and still has great performance, then I would love to do that as well, to have some games on my Mac.
It's worth it. It's very worth it. I definitely didn't maybe bought an entire Windows machine just so I could stream and play video games. So, yeah. But there are still some games on Mac, but it's never enough, but you make do for sure.
Somebody says Stellaris works on Mac.
Does it?
I gotta play Stellaris now. Sorry.
There's only one way to check.
Go.
You open up Steam. That's what I like. Steam will tell you. It's really. I feel like with games though, it's really like kind of telling of the sort of the ADHD mentality vibe that I feel like at least I personally have. Like I struggle a lot with call it like presence. Like being in the moment. Like I'm with my friends, I'm not going to look at my phone, I'm not going to open up Twitter, I'm not going to call someone, I'm not going to like take a step out and all those things. And I feel like video games are like another version of that where it's like I can't even be present with just myself sometimes. I'm like, let's play a quick 37 rounds of Apex,
But you are focused on the video game then, right?
Yes,
it forces you to.
This is true.
Kind of.
But like I remember I talked to like a therapist about this once. And they were like, "Yeah, you can only focus on video games, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Yeah, we could get super deep on why that's an ADHD thing, and the only thing you'll be able to focus on happens to have a crap ton of bright colors and shiny and moving around a lot. But more important, let's focus on presence." I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Is that something that you've ever found or thought about or like struggled with at all, like being in the present moment?
Oh, definitely. I think it's a sickness that smartphones brought for everyone. I mean, what we started, I don't know, a couple of years ago was when we are at dinner with friends, pre-corona, we put our phones on the table, and whoever picks it up to read whatever notification has to pay the bill at the end. So yeah, there are these hacks. So, for example, also I charge my phone here in my home office, and I never take it to the bedroom. So the bedroom is basically screen-free, no TV, no phone, no tablet. So rules like this are basically the workaround to get better at this. I also I have an Apple Watch, and I have no notifications on there except for calendar. But every other notification is off. Same on my phone. Yeah, so I try to remove distractions, basically, and that helps with both of that. When I'm with my daughter, I'm trying to not look at my phone, see what's happening, don't check Twitter. I put the screen time limits in, so only after 5 minutes of Instagram, it says you're done for today. After 30 minutes Twitter on my phone, it says done for today. So things like this, hikes everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's super a thing. Something I need to get better at, honestly, because I think that's always been the toughest thing for me. And it's like I think it's by its nature, right? Like it is an addiction in its own right, and so it's like I need to stop being an addict. Like I can't even my phone. I'm on my phone for 15 minutes every night, and probably an hour and a half every morning right now. I just wake up and I screw up because I don't have a calendar now. Right, my consulting's like one meeting a week, maybe two if I schedule one, and then other than that,
dream life.
It's more like nightmare because now I have no structure, and other than going to the gym at 5 p.m. every other day, I got nothing. And so now I'm like, I'm starting to try and schedule meetings. I'm like talking to my editor. I'm like, okay, we got to just talk at like 9 a.m. my time every day so that I get out of bed in the morning. And then, yeah, even
I can
then,
understand.
being present on those
I can
calls.
relate to this, but you will get to this. I think, especially in the beginning, when you have this freedom of like working at home or working from wherever, you have to build up a routine that forces you to get up and maybe even put on pants. Not like start working in your underwear. This was for me when I started freelancing. What helps is you create a routine to get out, like even if it's just doing a walk around the block, getting a coffee or something, or sports, like jogging, whatever it is that gets you out of the door, forces you to shower, forces you to put pants on. But I can also totally recommend to just, leave your phone, for example, at your desk and only pick it up after you've done that. Like you wake up and for another hour, you don't pick up your phone. It's a real challenge in today's age, I think, but I think it's a good thing. At least an hour before you go to bed and an hour afterwards to ignore that screen.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you hear everybody that does it is like, this is like, it kind of sucks, but it's definitely the thing that you have to do. And then your brain's just like, don't you dare take this from me. This is all I have.
Same with sports and poor eating. By the way, I have to eat a little bit.
No, that's okay. Do what you got to do. Yeah. Totally fine. If you want, I can share many noise canceling softwares that I've strove through and landed on one that I finally like so that I can eat on stream without people giving me crap for it all the time. Because I used to
Really?
Yeah, I used to eat a chicken wing and people would be like, Jesus Christ, move the microphone away from your face, please. And I'd be like, oh shit, my bad. But now it's like, well, okay, hold on. I don't know if it's... Okay, you can hear it. If I swap my microphone on here to the correct one. So now you might hear me a little bit differently. I might sound slightly different. But if I like clap, you don't get anything.
You didn't clap, did you?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Noise canceling.
What the hell is that magic?
I should reach out to them about sponsorships. Every time I use software now, I'm just like, they should sponsor me. People will use stuff because I like stuff now. Yeah, that's my Twitch stream MRR, is how I think about it. That's always a fun concept, is talking about like how the startup is the content for me, and then it just also is the startup. And I was like, yeah, I doubled my MRR last week when I got those sponsorships,
It's amazing. And what is that software called again?
Crisp with a K.
Wow. I was also thinking about like the sponsoring stuff because Trezor One has such a huge audience now, like millions of page views per month, and I'm not even leveraging that yet. So that would be a great way to support growth a little bit by reaching out to for partnerships. But honestly, I'm too lazy to do that. So I'm talking to some people on the team if we can start to do that. Because there are probably, what currently happens is that if people need to know more about a stock, they copy the eSIN, the ID number basically, go to a different website and type it in there. I could create that link, simple as that. It would create value for the users and maybe some revenue stream for us. But I have to do the work and reach out.
Yeah, that might double your revenue immediately. That is the scale you could be looking at. Because I've talked to Peter, and he has people sponsoring like Nomad List and people sponsoring like his Remote OK, and that is a significant chunk of revenue for him. Like that is a very non-trivial, at least a double-digit percentage, if not a significant amount more. I don't actually know his exact numbers, but like the numbers he quotes, I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, why are your sponsors like so much larger than mine? Damn it. But that just encourages me to get larger. But if you have the page views, like end of the day, in some way, shape, or form, you are marketing. Like you are ad space in a roundabout way. And one partnership is really just a giant marketing deal for them. And big companies have a lot of money. And you're dealing with flipping stocks. I mean, oh my God, finance, like banks will just, they only have money. They don't even have people. They just have money. So I think you could get really far with that, especially given your control of the audience, you're building public. I think that's absolutely something like worth doing. But that's just my
Yeah.
opinion as
So,
somebody who's never touched your business. So you could also tell me to screw off and
no,
full of
but
crap.
I agree that this is an opportunity that we a low hanging fruit, let's say,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't require a lot of effort to do, and it could present a large opportunity revenue wise, and would help us so much getting to a more sustainable way. So I definitely have to do it. And as you can see, like things like this, like obvious things we should do, there are many more of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have somebody would ask me to do something and I'd be like, all right, I'll get to it. And they're like, it takes 5 minutes. Can you just do it now? And I was like, I have a list of 30 things that take 5 minutes. This doesn't just jump to the top. I'm sorry.
I have the same problem with meetings sometimes. Like people reach out and say, hey, can we hop on a 30-minute call? Like, can I pick your brain on something? Can I talk to you about Tresor One? And yes, 30 minutes are not much. But if 100 people reach out, I know it's a luxury problem, but I have to build this thing, you know? I can't, like my time is so stretched. I can't even spend 30 minutes without knowing, as selfish as that sounds, what I get out of it, at least a lot of times. So if this is a founder or someone where I think I can learn from, yes, we hop on a call. Yeah, you know, it's mutual. I learn from you. You get something from me, apparently. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reached out. But so it's hard to say no in this case because I would love to talk to more people in the audience and so on. But if you get to a certain scale or are simply very busy, you just have to say no sometimes.
Yeah, that's the really tough
Breaks my
part.
heart.
Yeah, no. Some of the people even who were interested in like doing the interviews, like they responded to the tweet thread and they were like, yeah, totally, man, reach out. And then I DM'd them and they were like, yeah, I can't talk for 3 weeks. And I don't want to schedule something 4 weeks out. So I guess bug me again, maybe. You know, it was heartbreaking, but I was always like, yeah, you know, there's a reason I count myself lucky to get to maybe talk to these people. And it's because their time's worth a shitload. And so that's why I have to make it worth it, right? People ask me like, why do you spend like a day researching somebody before you do a podcast with them? And I'm like, because this person's worth a bajillion frickin' dollars, and so their time is worth so much more. So for me to ask for a few hours, it's got to like, you know, you either got to bring it or you're gonna lose everybody. But
I'm very impressed how prepared you are, honestly. I didn't expect that. It's really nice. And yeah, I mean, I was a bit not shocked, but I was very surprised when you started to come up with all those facts. I was like, whoa, man, he really did his homework. Wow.
that's the goal. You know, I don't know. Have you ever seen Hot Ones with Sean Evans, the YouTube show? No. Okay. So he's like, he is the like golden god of this, where he does a week of research or as much as he can, 24 hours a day, just researching people. And he'll reference like, when you wore an eye patch in high school because you had gotten poked in the eye 3 weeks prior, did people call you a pirate? And then people are just sitting there like, dude, what? They're like scared
Wow.
shitless.
Wow.
So I endeavor to be kind of like that, but more on the like, I just want to really understand enough to get to the emotions and like not sound like I'm about shit. So I don't want to come to someone and be like, when was the time you were saddest? But, you know, I can come to you and say like, you know, you said you would work 25 hours a day. Like, is that an infinite well for you? Because I know it is for some people. Or like, is that something else, right? And the education. But yeah, it also makes it way more fun. And honestly, while I'm listening to all the podcasts, I'm just playing Apex. So it's a really good time sink. And I get a lot out of this. Like, I am totally okay putting in that time because I take this video, I chop it up into clips. And those clips go, like this whole thing goes on my YouTube raw. Then the whole thing goes on my, I now have like a podcast, so it goes on like Spotify and everywhere. And then the clips all go on my YouTube channel. I get like 4 or 5 days of content out of this. So if I spent one day and I got out 4 or 5 videos, that's pretty good. That's very solid. So it's worth the time to make this good, you know, which is
Understood. Yeah.
convenient. Yeah.
It's a really, really nice way of doing it. I don't know. I look up to YouTubers and streamers and how they do it. I think it would be a thing I would, you know, love to do more as well. I will definitely get into it more. I would never do it as professionally as you do because of I like building products more, but I love the connection to the audience, doing that and streaming, cutting it up, putting it on YouTube also feels like a very efficient way to reuse content.
For sure.
Pretty nice.
And it benefits your business, right? Like it really is. It feels like cheating sometimes, like how much of like a cycle it is. You know, I do all of these things. I build all this stuff in public. I use these tools on my Twitch stream. Now they go sponsor me, and now I have revenue because of it, right? And it's like, I didn't even build a successful startup, and I made money off of it just because I tried, you know? And like, that's a really weird concept. But yeah, I mean, I just love content so much. It feels so good. Sorry.
How did you feel when the first person like sent you money on Twitch?
I actually think the first money I got was a lot. If I remember right, this is some rocks lore here. So 2 days into streaming, literally, I wasn't trying to ever be a streamer. Like that was 0% a goal that I had. But I was struggling with being productive, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna like live stream myself coding so that I have to talk out loud so I stay focused. And I did that for like 2 days, and then I got raided by this guy, the Primogen. I doubt you've heard of him. He's probably not on your side of the world, yeah. But I just call him Prime, and he raided me with like 100 viewers, which means he, you know, Twitch raid, right? He sent all his viewers to me, and they all stayed. And they all like out of the 100 people, like 50 of them followed, which is like a ridiculous number. But I was like freaking out. I was like crying and everything. I was like, what do I do? I don't know what's going on. And then he did it again the next day. And I don't even think I had a donation button yet. But it's like a default. Like when you download streaming software, they're like, do you want a donation button? And you're like, I guess. And it just like links with PayPal. And
sure.
Yeah. So I can't remember exactly the first thing I got. But I remember like 8 days into streaming, I got affiliate, which is when you can start getting like subscribers and crap. And like within like 2 or 3 days of that, people just started dumping in subscriptions and gifting a bunch like Marcel did earlier here, as like cause you know, they all viewed me as the poor startup kid. Cause at the time I was, and it was just like me against the world with whatever money I got from that. And, you know, like running on savings type vibe. And a little bit of VC money because we got into an accelerator at the time, but like very little. Like I was living on, I think, 1,000 a month or like 1,500 a month, because that was what I needed for rent and food then. Yeah, but it was like I cried. That's the real answer. It actually became enough of a meme that there's like an emote now in my chat that is me crying, and there's also a cry command that is like how many times I've cried on stream, and really? It's at like 40 or something at this point. Now, granted, I've been streaming for like 10 months, but you know, shit happens. People are really nice. Yeah, and they started doing fractions at one point. Well, it feels great, but it's also like now that I want to do it full time, it's like now I feel bad. I didn't used to feel guilty because I knew I like needed it at the time, and I was like, this is gonna make an impact for me. But now that I know that I don't need it, like I want to have like Twitch subscribers are great, but like somebody comes in and they donate, you know, hundreds of dollars, and I don't know how to respond, you know, because that's the weird thing is I didn't get revenue. You didn't buy a product from me. You just said, hey, I want to support you. Here's a crap ton of money. And so it's a very different like emotional response. Yeah. And it's,
But they did get something out of you that is hard to measure. They got probably inspiration, motivation, entertainment, whatever it is. They got something, maybe educational stuff, maybe, you know, something from your guests that with Peter and Arvid, I'm sure, like I got a lot out of the interview with Peter, for example. So don't feel bad about this. They got something out of it. Otherwise they wouldn't have done it.
Fair enough. It's hard. It's something I need to tell myself. But I maintain that my goal is I don't ever want to have to rely on donations or gifts. Like the people who subscribe monthly, the people who like show up every month, that's like the MRR. That's like the consistent. That's me saying like, that's my success metric of like, okay, you know, people like me, and watching that number slowly go up, you know, even if it's only like 5 people every other month or whatever, like that feels the best. So like when I get like one person subscribing for the first time and like that stays subscribed for a while, weirdly enough, often that can feel better in the long term than like getting a bunch of money all at once. Cause it's like more of like a growth thing, more of like a sign of significance of me like succeeding at what I'm trying to do, of me building up something as opposed to the temporary. Cause the temporary varies, you know, like before the sponsorships and everything, I made between like on average, like $400 to $800 a month from Twitch. And it was just super, super inconsistent. And like my first month or two, I was like 200. And then like the next month, people were just like really freaking nice. And it was really rough because I was like, I like people asked me how much I make. I was like, I can't give you a real number because it just depends on who shows up that day and how they feel.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
roughly this. So yeah, it's the weirdest thing in the world. And I don't know. But I think
I agree. I agree 100%. And there were two things I wanted to follow up on. One thing is relying on donations. I thought about this with Trésor as well. Like focusing on GitHub sponsors, for example, or
right.
Or putting a like help the developer out button or whatever, like voluntary donations, basically. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to beg. I want to create value and be arrogant enough to say I have to be charged for it because I put all the experience I have and all my time and energy into this. So I deserve to be charged for it. So I didn't want it to. It feels like begging. I don't like asking for money. I want to be in the camp where I say, look, I created this product. If you don't want it, that's fine. You can have your money back. It's completely. We do this. If somebody writes me a month after and says, look, I didn't really get out of the subscription what I wanted to be, can I have my money back? Yes, you can. I don't want I don't want unhappy customers. I want happy customers or none. So it's also one of these, I think, idealistic things, but it doesn't feel good to me, at least, relying on donations. That's why I also never used Patreon. And nothing against it. I know many creators do that. I know I even donate or support people on Patreon as well, but it's nothing for myself. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. I finally broke down and made one like a month ago when I decided to go full time at this because I was like, I don't have to ask for donations, but I need to figure out how I'm going to make this a business in some way, shape, or form, and how I'm going to get money out of this in some way. And with Patreon, it feels better a little bit because it feels more like saying to someone like, I am providing you a product of entertainment and you feel that it's valuable enough that you want to pay me this much for it type thing, And the donation is more of like instantaneous. It comes, it goes. But with the Patreon and everything, and it's like, I even did like dumb stuff. I was like, okay, I'll send you a shirt every month and we're going to make shirts based on like jokes in the channel and everything. Yeah. And just really thinking of like any way that I could make it solid. I think really the move is the sponsorships though. Like right away, I didn't really think I would be able to land these. But it's clear that there's at least the premise is interesting enough. So if I can grow my channel, like I can get those. And I think that's really going to be the secret to it. And so I'm really aiming more for that now, but
I've seen some YouTubers do like, for example, they have a Patreon and they get like the Patreon members, they get something out of it as well, like exclusive videos just for them or access to a community, like a closed community for Patreons and so on. And this is something where I think, there is not only the support part, please support me for the content. There is also, you get something for it. And I think that's the way to go for me, at least. If I would go for Patreon, that's exactly how I would do it. I would attach some other value that I can give back to it. And then it's not it doesn't feel like a donation. It's more a purchase, a subscription.
Yeah. The hard part is like, what do you give? And it's like, I had to take a lot of inspiration. That was actually how I came up with the shirt thing, was I saw somebody else was like, yeah, I put shirts in my store. If you subscribe at this amount, you just get all my shirts now. Like you just have a monthly shirt subscription. Like, screw you, that this is your thing now. And I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. But that was something I really struggled with. And it was also like, how do I do that without like weirdly giving a lot of time? Was the thing I really struggled with. I think like maybe, and it was also like, I didn't want to be exclusive about anything because then it was like, do I want to hide content from people? Like, do I want to force people to pay for stuff? Like, I'm so small at this scale. Like, I'm much bigger than many, but I'm also much smaller than many. And then so it's like, I'm in this weird, like, kind of middle ground where I feel like I'm not big enough yet to start having like premium content. 'Cause it's like all my content is like just okay. Yeah.
No, it's maybe.
I think you're right. I really do think you're right. Yeah. Sorry, what did you say?
No, I meant I think this will come later as well. I mean, you don't have to do all the monetization strategies in the beginning. This will slowly develop over time. And I think the sponsorship thing that you did or that you landed, that is fantastic. I wouldn't have thought you were able to do this with a smaller channel. So huge congrats. And I think, this enables all of this. So again, you can explore, you can test, and the bigger you get, the more attractive some of these paths look.
Yeah, 100%. Realizing like if I was able to get the numbers I asked for now, then like double the size, double the numbers, and it starts to actually look a little reasonable. The tough part is, I'm also like reinvesting everything. So like I pay my editor for every video, and I try and get out a video a day. And, I don't hit that goal a lot of the time, mostly because I'm not awake at the same time he is, because he's in the US still, because everybody's in the US, obviously. But like setting that goal, like I'm even trying to pay people to like make TikToks and crap now. Literally anything I can think of. So it's really, I realize like that's so much of the fun now. Like, like you talked about like hiring that first employee and like how big of a deal that was for you, right? Like that's kind of how it feels for me now, where it's like even just having the capability to produce money and invest it into my own business, even if that business is like the channel, right? Like if I see just a few more followers, like 1 or 2 subscribers on YouTube every time I put out a video, great. Like let's make a bunch of videos. We got the content, we got the time, we can figure that out, right? And then I like pay for like this tool Hype Fury that like helps me like schedule all my tweets out. And so I just write a crap ton of tweets, and now my Twitter followers are like popping off comparatively, and I feel like so cool. And it's like, man, like all of these little things are made so much more possible because I have a little bit of capital, or even like a pretty solid amount of capital. I shouldn't underestimate like the fact that I have this consulting, again, huge fucking privilege. And so it's very, very exciting for me to try and figure out those things. Like it's the same as the fun that other people have, like trying to grow MRR, is like me growing my viewership is like just the most exciting premise and like social media game I could ever play. Like I have made life a video game, and it has a very clear like experience points or like level, and I could just keep leveling up. It's like, I can do this forever now.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. So excited about this. I mean, I can totally relate. And Hype Fury, by the way, it's awesome. I just discovered this as well.
Did you sign up for it yet?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, I'm using it a couple. Because why? You have an affiliate link I should use?
Well, they're one of my sponsors now.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, they still they agreed to it. They have to pay me still, so they're probably one of my sponsors still. But if I say it out loud enough times, they'll feel like they have to do it. So
maybe.
Yeah.
Let me step out. I gotta jump to the restroom real quick. Be back in a few minutes.
Sure. All right, guys. This is going great. God, I love these things, man. I got to do more interviews. This is so much fun. So much fun. Who's still in here? Who's around? I know that most of you guys lurk during interviews. Say hey if you're here, so I know who's here. We got one of the indies, we got O'Brien, we got Kiwi, we got Bash, we got Flux, we got Crows, we got Alina. Hello. Data was here. All right, we got a solid crew. Cool. Sick. That's good. 0 mods. We got Kiwis right there. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, if I didn't already say it. Yeah. The one actual legitimate, like we got paid already sponsor we have is UMSO. And Hype Fury is coming soon. Don't download Hype Fury yet. We can't download Hype Fury until we've been paid for the sponsorship, and then we can all go use the tool again. I love that thing though. Yeah, but UMSO, very cool. Like I literally, I'm like, people always ask me crap. They're like, "Why are you using landing page generator? Aren't you a dev?" Like, it just pooped this out. And like you could just like drop in like email signups and crap. Like, why would you code this? Is it a big sponsorship? I mean, everything's a big sponsorship for me. Because I am small boy. But yeah, it is. I'll put it to you this way: I got what I asked for. I might not have asked for enough, but I got what I asked for, which is pretty sick.
Boo.
Boo. And we're back.
What were you talking about?
Well, I was talking about our other sponsor, the actual sponsor that did happen, which is UMSO, which is the landing page builder I was talking about. And just like people always give me crap for using landing page builders because they're like, "Oh, aren't you a dev? Why don't you make your own?" And I'm like, "This took 30 seconds and it looks good. All right, I could have taken 30 days and it would have looked like trash." People are like, "Oh, just use Bootstrap." I'm like, my eyes might as well not exist. Like, I can't see design.
I was asked this yesterday as well. So why don't you build this and that yourself? Well, because it's not what I'm in the game for. Like, you want to create content, you don't want to create websites. So why would you waste time on building a website if it's just, it's same with, like, I would never build a laptop to code. It's an example I used yesterday. I would not build my own payment processor or authentication service. Some people, just like to do it. Like, I use, for example, very highly abstracted services. Like, for example, I host my backend on render.com, and people ask me why I don't do my own AWS Kubernetes infrastructure as a service, this and that. It's because it's not my product, I want to build other stuff. So I pay someone that has built this already much better than I could ever do. So yeah, but I think you learn that once you start to realize, you have to ship stuff. You have to get stuff out. If you build everything yourself, you will never be able to release the product to the users. Always be more to build.
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of tools. I think you are as well. I didn't watch it, but I feel like you put out a video or two on that. Like, I'm even trying to, at this point, get into like low code, where I want to just like dump out MVPs in a day or two. And I really think that that's like a potential. I haven't found a tool I really like yet. But once I do, well, I guess I'm going to ask someone to sponsor me. But regardless, like, I'll dump so much time into that because it won't take anything. Like, even literally yesterday, it was a freaking joke. I was like, oh, we're going to try and mimic this baseball software. And I opened up like Zoho Creator, which is already looks like garbage software, but I like put like 3 tabs into it, and then we put the UI side by side, and I was like, guys, I think the actual product might be made in Zoho Creator, because it was like the exact same sidebar with like the exact same font, and I was like, oh, holy crap, maybe this can be done. Yeah, it's,
That's
especially
awesome.
because like a lot of like MVP stuff is just repeating the same like 80% of code. Okay, great. You need authentication. Great. You need users. Great. You need payments. Congrats. You need to move around data in a database. And, like, you can redo all of those things easily. And so, like, now it's just drag and drop. Why would I write it myself when I can just drag and drop all of those simple functions?
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. I think as soon as so I worked in the agency before where I had to build projects over and over and over again. So you start in the beginning doing stuff yourself. Then you start to abstract this to make it easier for yourself next time. So you start building out frameworks.
Yep.
And then you see something like Vue.js or React and realize, they have done all of this. Now I get the sense or why they are doing this. So then you start using that. And it's the same for everything else. Maybe you have to feel the pain first by doing it over and over again to realize, okay, maybe I should abstract that away and just use someone else's code and bend to their way of doing it, like the whatever coding style or whatever it is, their terminology and all that. But it makes you so much faster in actually getting a product out or whatever it is you wanna do.
Yeah, I think that's the real key. Is like I am more interested in getting pretty good with a low code tool than I am at getting like pretty good at React, because it's like I'm okay at React, but if I get pretty good at a low code tool, like I can actually dump an MVP in a day and not write a single line of logic. And it's just databases and sorting and moving around data. Some crap, like, I was literally talking with a couple guys about this yesterday, is like, some startups are as simple as sending an email that's just well formatted. And like, you can make a type form, send an email, and get a referral fee. And congrats, you started a business, right? Like, how to get your visa, and it's like, fill out all these questions. And then you send an email to a visa lawyer that you have a deal with, right? And that's it. It's like, that's a project, right? It produces revenue. You can't say it doesn't. It might not be traditional, but there are a lot of businesses that can really, really be boiled down to that. And at that point, you can literally one day MVP, you know? And that's what really, really interests me is like, how do I dump 10 MVPs in 30 days? You know? And I think that's really only starts to get possible when you like get really good with something like low code and get much better at envisioning, like using that as kind of a framework in your head for like how much you could do and how quickly, as opposed to like just learning React, where the benefit is still huge, right? Like you can do anything, but it's not literal drag and drop, you know, it's not so trivial. And also I'm really bad at design. So drag and drop is just so much better for me for UI reasons. That's the big one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was staying away from no code until now, but more because, you know, the same people that tell me I should code my own infrastructure, I'm probably the one that says I rather code my own website than use a website builder. But I do use a website builder, for example, for landing pages. I use Card for that. But with, for example, yesterday or the day before, I was watching a video of a Stripe colleague walking through payment links. So basically no code solution to accept payments, recently launched. And he was walking through with a guy who made the essential guide to Airtable. So he was very, very proficient with Airtable. I've never used it, but I saw what he was building basically without code. And I was like, holy shit, I have to get proficient in that. I mean, this is, as you said, you can build a business just by dumping out links and then connecting them via Zapier or something and webhooks. And boom, you have a fully automated business. Now focus on marketing and let this thing run. It's fantastic. No code is such a game changer.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people also misinterpret it to be like just one thing. Like they just think it's like using Webflow or like using Zoho or using Bubble or whatever the hell, Thunkable, whatever you want to use. But it's like you said, like it's Zapier. It's the fact that the landing page builder UMSO that I use has a Stripe checkout integration. So I can make you pay for a thing that I haven't even built, right? Like, and then just go send you something or like refund it or whatever, right? Like all of these things are real. And it's just like crazy how far you can get, how quickly. You just have to get good, I think, at envisioning products in that way. Where you have to be able to imagine the version of this that is defined by low code. Or we used to call them hackathon projects. You know? It was like, yeah, you're just stringing together a bunch of APIs and then somehow that's a product. And then you go win an award for it. And now it's you do that, but it's you just call it a startup now. And I'm literally just like looking at it. I'm like, oh, you know, honestly, I feel like I'm gonna get my next startup idea from scrolling down the Zapier integrations page. And I'm just gonna be like, ooh, if I did that to that to that to that, that'd be kind of cool, you know?
Yeah, the tools are getting simpler and simpler, and it makes the idea even more important. Like you just have to come up with something that you can string together. But for that, I think you need to understand what you can do with it. So I'm a complete beginner in no-code tools. And whenever I use Zapier, for example, I don't like it very much. I feel like it's flaky. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm using it wrong. But I just feel like it's flaky. It doesn't work all the time and so on. So it's me not being proficient enough with these tools. But I look at other people, for example, just what you described before. I had like 5 ideas in my head. Oh shit, I should do it this way rather than building my own thing. If you can, like, if somebody here in the audience or the viewers is watching this and thinks I can't code and I would want to start a business, that's exactly what you should look at. Zapier, Airtable, all these tools, try payment links, Gumroad, like. It's literally clicking together your entire logic and automation. There was never an easier time to build a business online, I think.
Yeah. And even if you can code, that's like a really big thing I'm also trying to push for is like, yeah, you can build it yourself, but that doesn't mean you have to do it that way. And that doesn't mean it's the most efficient, right? I'll put it to you this way. You don't get bugs in most low code tools, right? Yeah. Like, it might not do what you want it to, but, like, that doesn't mean, like, you're not getting a freaking segfault, you know? Like, you're not having the whole page just start not loading, you know? Like, so much is, like, done easily and safely for you. It takes away so much of the hard stuff. And it's just, it's so life-changing. And knowing how to code makes you that much better, which is why I really love the concept of, like, low code, where it's like, oh, it doesn't do the thing I want it to do. Okay, I'll just write that part, right? Few lines. Literally on UMSO, I wrote, I think 2 lines of code in the entire landing page. And it was because when you did a checkout, it was a fake checkout, and I wanted to just make a pop-up, like a nice looking pop-up that was like, hey, that wasn't real. Sorry, I didn't save your credit card. You can get a coupon if you want by signing up for the wait list. Click here. And that was it.
Peter level style of validating the product, right?
Yeah, exactly. He does it. A lot of my buddies do that now. Like, I don't know if he started it or was just the first one to talk about it loudly, or I don't know. He's the first person I saw it from, but it made a lot of sense to me, and so now I do that.
Same for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
How was it going for you? I actually never did it.
Well, I didn't actually advertise it because my plan was to do paid ads for it. Because I wanted to like not necessarily try and charge people for a product that didn't exist yet. I didn't want to do it on like Twitter because it felt wrong in that order. Like I didn't want to fake charge people on Twitter for a thing. Because I wanted to like go to Twitter when I like actually had a product and like offer it for free to people. But I tried to do it with Google Ads, and then my Google Ads account got suspended. Because I think I actually have a different Google Ads account that I forgot about. And I think that different Google Ads account apparently might have like some money that I needed to pay on it that I forgot to. And so they like banned multiple of my apparently Google Ads accounts. So that kind of wrecked me there. So once that's back, that'll kind of restore what I was planning on doing. But yeah, I don't know, something about it. I'm still struggling with like I think it was too because like I expected to have the MVP done sooner. And so it was like I didn't want to like blast the silver bullet of announcing it on Twitch or announcing it on Twitter or anything. And that was kind of how I planned on talking to people about it. So I still need to get better at that. And it's really a big deal because it's like this is a huge practice what I preach thing. Because I tell everybody like, don't build a thing. Like just pitch. You know, build a UI, put that on a website, email that to someone and see if they'll sign a contract based on the UI. Like never build until you have to build a type vibe. But I'm kind of full of shit because I haven't really done that very successfully. I've done it somewhat in like old startups, but I haven't really like zero to idea to here's a UI to I sent that to a bunch of people to we got a contract signed yet. And so I think until I really do that, I'm kind of just full of shit. But I still believe 100% that is the correct way to do it. I just have to actually like drink my own juice and force myself to do it. Because people keep asking me that. People always ask me, they're like, well, how did it go? And I'm like, oh, and I just keep telling them my Google Ads account got suspended. That's my answer every time. And I'm like, God, that's such a shit answer. You know?
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate as well. I believe in that as well. I've never like pre-sale, I guess, is the best kind of true validation for something that you might build. And if it doesn't, like if there are not enough pre-sale, you can still refund. I've never done that either. And I'm thinking how I could do it or where I could do it specifically for Trezor One, but yeah, also not yet there. The fastest I could go for validating by moving true money was Trezor One. It took 5 months. It took from January to I launched a paid plan in May. So yeah, it's still a long time to test that.
Yeah, I think it's also very, very easy to get into the weeds and convince yourself that it can't be done. I do that to myself a lot where I'm like, oh no, I can't post on Twitter about this. I can't. The MVP will be done soon. I can't post this on Twitter. People will be so pissed. I just can't. No, I totally can. Right? I'm kind of full of shit. Right? If I wanted to, I could change the word buy now to pre-order. I could tell people that it's on sale for 50% off before it exists. And I could just do that. Right? If I really, really felt too bad about doing the fake checkout thing. Right? And I think that's really, it even goes all the way back to like presence, you know? Where it's like you need to be kind of present in your own mind enough to be able to step back from what you're doing and say like, no, there is actually a way around this. There is a way I can make this happen. And even with like landing page builders, that's often a thing where it's like, shit, I can't do this exactly how I want to. Okay, how could I do it? Right? Like I couldn't make a page that like, I couldn't figure out how to do query parameters and like account for those. And so I couldn't link through and have like conditional text, but I could copy and paste the page. So I just had 3 different links with 3 copy and pasted pages, and I just changed 5 of the words, right? I made it work.
Yeah.
Everybody else, like a lot of people would be like, oh, this landing page builder sucks. I can't even do query parameters. Yeah, I'm going to kill everybody who's ever touched this software, right? But no, just, kind of work around it, and it's fine. And so I think it's like, the story you tell yourself. You gotta, I really personally struggle with getting around that right now, which is very ironic given all the preaching. But I think I gotta, preach in the freaking mirror a bit.
Let me know how it goes. I wanna see. Like Peter is the only one I know or am aware of that has done that repeatedly, and he's very public about what comes out of it, and does. Like last time I saw, he did tables like which price point was the best and so on. It's insane. It's crazy. So efficient, like small time, puts in the least amount of effort to understand what price point is good and if people pay for it, and then he can start building. It's real inspiration from him, I think.
Yeah.
On that front.
I think the one caveat is he has an audience, which gives him a lot of like kind of easier, freer-ish marketing. He can validate more easily. And that's like, I don't love the guy and I give him all the credit in the fucking world. That is the one thing where I think some people will fall short and not see it coming is sometimes it's just really fucking hard to get 300 people to even look at your website. That's why I started doing paid ads, is I was like, look, I make money from consulting. I only make money to try and put it into startups. Like, this is very easy for me. This is the way I would want to do it. And I can do like Google ads, and that like has intent. So I know it's the right person. But, a lot of people don't have the money. A lot of people don't have the following. So it can be tough. But then I think that's where you get into the Arvid sort of read. Like you get into that embedded entrepreneur where it's like, be a part of the community, grow with the community, build with the community. And then the marketing is more natural. And you can kind of tell before you even start if it's a good idea because you've already talked to like 20 people about it.
Yeah.
Ideally, at least.
That makes total sense. And same for me. With the audience now, I feel already that I get, much more feedback when I post something or when I ask for something or opinions, which is fantastic. In the beginning, of course, with 100 followers or none, that's a completely different story. And Peter obviously has this huge following, so he can launch a product and basically has customers immediately, which is such a luxury and an advantage of having such a big audience.
That's kind of like the plan, right? Like that's how I think about it now, right? When people are like, when I tell people like Twitch is the startup and they don't really get it, like I kind of point to him as the example where I'm like, he can do most things now and do okay, even with something that's just okay. And that's not most people can do that. But he has infinite free marketing just because of his own brand. Like that audience is an asset he'll always have. And so now I endeavor to build that asset. And so that way I can dump out a bunch of crap normal projects and then throw them on Product Hunt or whatever. And then it just works, right? Like, or at least
did you launch a Product Hunt yet?
I don't know how I feel about launching on Product Hunt with a product that doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but have you launched anything on Product Hunt?
Yeah, I launched my last startup on Product Hunt. It actually went pretty solid only because of Twitch. Like I got like something like almost 200 upvotes on Product Hunt because I had like my very close Twitch friends who are like much larger than I am, like at everyone, tagging everyone in their Discord, like guys go upvote this post. This means a lot to Dan. And so like, that really warmed my heart, like an amazing day, definitely cried. But that was very much a big moment where I was like, and I didn't even get that far. Like we were even like, I think we were like, the highest we got was like number 11 that day. And the Product Hunt algorithm works in weird ways. So it's not just upvotes, but still like we had no business having that many upvotes, but we got them because of this audience and because of the community. Right. And so like endeavoring to kind of build towards that is a big deal for sure.
But now I have a random other question. Yeah. Is it only considered a successful Twitch stream if you have been crying? do I have to, like, am I a bad guest here if I didn't get you to cry?
Yeah, you're the worst. How dare you? Jesus. I mean, come on. I have so many tissues and nothing to do with them.
Somebody wrote here, Rox has cried 42,000 times on stream.
Oh no. That's a decimal point, not a comma. That's a different country
Sure.
notation. Yeah.
Sure.
Um, yeah, no, that's it's so serious when you said it. People actually, dude, there was a day when I felt that way. Like literally, there was one time where I was like, I feel like people are starting to expect me to cry, and they're getting upset if I don't cry, and I don't know how to respond to that anymore. But no.
I mean, you mentioned this so many times now that I was wondering, am I expected to make you cry? Maybe, I got to think about a sad story or something, or a great story.
Yeah, it's I think it's I think it's on brand, because I come out here and I'm like, look, everybody has feelings, I have feelings, life's kind of hard a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Don't expect that just because somebody's in front of you and has money that they didn't like have a shit time getting there, because most people had a shit time getting there. Literally, I called the podcast startup shit. I was just like, yeah, we're just gonna talk about all the shit that happens, but yeah, it's I don't know. I guess it's the brand now. It's one of the emotes.
Yeah.
Amazing Twitch chat interaction right now. Who is Sumit Kumar from Sumit? Who cares? Or it's Sumit, right? Sorry.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Sumit. In India, I think it's called Sumit, but in Germany, they pronounce everything like it's written Sumit. Anyways, I don't really care. Whatever feels good to you.
All right. So.
We are already above halftime, and I wanted to check back on your amazing agenda.
Sure.
Are we good?
We've gotten through a good number of it. We talked about one-shot recording, which I think was a big deal. We talked about. Oh, actually, okay. This is one we could still talk about. We vaguely went over the first hire thing. We talked about owning our audiences. We talked about kind of like the infinite journey. We talked about how you share through speaking. Oh, I did want to ask, this is a weird question. Do you feel like you suck at reading, but audiobooks are pretty good?
Yes.
Okay. I also feel that way, 100%. Yeah, when you said the thing about like how speaking is easier for you and like writing is hard, I felt like that was like the other half of that.
You're 100% right on this. I've not read any books in my life. I mean, you can count to maybe 5 books that I've read until like 2018, I think was the time. And then I read somewhere that there is this book, The Martian. It was not out as a movie yet back then. And it's so amazing as an audiobook. So I signed up for Audible. I downloaded The Martian in English. I listened to that and I was like, holy crap. This like such an amazing book and an amazing experience. I listened to that basically through. And since then I'm like consuming, I don't know, 2 books a month or something. I've listened or consumed more books in the first 3 months of my Audible subscription than in my entire life before that. And since then I got in this whole like, it felt like a new world opened, here is all the knowledge of the world. Now you can go and have it. And, it's like I discovered a library. And then I went into this self-improvement stuff, getting into finance and negotiation, productivity, all these nonfiction books, like a ton of them, and fiction books. I mix and match. This was a game changer for me, audiobooks. So you're 100% right in that I feel like voice is the medium for me to give and consume information much better than written stuff.
Do you think that's a matter of focus or just a matter of like preference, or like you think your brain's just wired differently? And why do you think that is?
I'm not sure. So I know that, for example, when I read, that's why I take a long time to go through Arvid's books, because I have them as hardcover. And I can concentrate that long, and it feels like I have to commit more time to read. While with an audiobook, I can clean the apartment next to it. I can go and take a walk outside with my daughter, for example. She sleeps then in just this thingy there, or in the I don't know the English word for baby stuff, but yeah, she sleeps, and I
Harness,
listen to
stroller, probably.
that stuff, kangaroo thing.
Yeah.
So or whatever. I'm on a bike commuting somewhere. And I can listen to audiobook, or whenever I'm in a car driving somewhere alone, I listen to an audiobook. So it feels like I can do something else that doesn't require any concentration next to it. While with a book, it's like I feel handicapped. I have to sit down with book in hand and read. And maybe that's it. Maybe it felt inefficient. But I also know that when I read one paragraph, I forgot the first sentence already. And this is not the same with audiobooks for me.
Do you feel like you get a fuller, like the full comprehension? I feel like when I often listen to audiobooks, I feel like I miss stuff. And I guess I feel that way when I read too. But I always worry, like, I feel like I miss a few sentences, or I might like forget what I just heard often. Is that something that you also feel, or is it totally other side for you?
That happens when I get distracted. So when I, for example, start to read something on my phone, like a tweet or whatever, then I miss the stuff that is being said. But if I'm, for example, on a run, like when I jog, I listen to audiobooks, which feels like the most like high efficient thing you can do, like doing sports and listening to audiobooks, training your body and your mind at the same time. Then I'm completely focused on it, and I consume what is there. If you ask me a week later, I might only remember some of that stuff, probably, but I guess that's the same with reading. But yeah, it's only when I get distracted, and it's much less than if I would read a hardcover book. Yeah. So I still have like hardcover books here. I have so many that I want to go through, and I simply never get to it. While audiobooks, I need to buy more credits because I'm consuming them so fast.
That's amazing, though.
And I take notes sometimes as well. So specifically for nonfiction, if there evolves like a strategy, or if there is inspiration, I think I want to do this, I need to do this. I have huge notes where I do like actionable things where I can check back if I, for example, whatever, recruiting, negotiation. If I prepare for something, I go back to my notes and check that.
That's great. Yeah, reading through Arvid's book was like the most difficult thing in the world for me, because there is no audiobook yet. He's working on it, I think.
From the first one, I think there is no.
Yeah,
the first one.
The new one is the one I read. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like,
I'm still not through it.
It's a good book, but I literally spent 2 days just like staring at my screen, like forcing myself to read it, and it was like a night. Like I liked the book, but it was just so hard. It was like such a stress and so difficult, and it was so worth it, and I got so much out of it. But man, like that's why whenever people ask me, they're like, "Oh, do you like reading? Like you read a lot of books?" I'm like, I can't read. Like I just tell people I can't read, and some people are like, "Are you like dyslexic?" I'm like, "No, I just can't read. I just can't do it."
I'm always, when people ask me, did you read that book? I'm thinking, okay, no, I didn't, but I listened to it, but they want to know if I know the content. So I just say yes. But I would, I try to, when I mentioned this before, I say I consume books to not get into read or listen. But it's, sometimes I feel like, it's like PC Master Race. The people who read the books, they are the ones that really get the book, and you listening to it are just like, whatever.
Yeah,
but you're not a real reader.
Yeah, like I don't have the notes in the margins. I have like a Google Keep note with like 12 bullets or something. Yeah, it would be really cool if you could like take audio snippets as notes. Like if I could hit a button that's like save that 30 seconds and like title it or something. That'd be kind of sick.
I think there was a Google announcement recently where they were able to say something like skip to the part with the lion, and then the video went to the part where there's a lion in there. So if they can like scan the context of it, of a video or or audio, and you can then search like this. You can ask for, give me the information in Arvid's book about building an audience on Twitter, and it will give me all the pieces, and I can jump like this. This would be a game changer for me.
Damn, dude, that's gonna be nuts. Yeah, that's wow. Holy crap! Because it's almost like you read an entire book, and then you just want to get like the tweet level information almost. I'll say as like kind of a joke, where it's like, yeah, like, but you can't understand it until you listen to the whole story, you know. Like that was always the thing that really messed with me about like lessons. It's like my dad always used to try and like tell me a lesson. He'd be like, never do this. And I'd be like, well, I respect that you know that. And you've had 2 decades more than I have, 4 decades more than I have to think about that. But you can't just like say that and then expect me to be like, yeah, totally. You know, that sounds right. Like, I feel like you have to learn most lessons for yourself or by reading a crap ton about it so that you can like see how they came to that. Oh, you can do clips.
Are you talking about drugs?
That's not. No. I was talking about like sales. Like my dad was like, never call somebody more than 3 times for a sale or something. And I was like, maybe that's true. I don't know. I feel like I need to find that one out for myself or like, process some information. Yeah. You're just like, well, my whole life I learned this lesson. So if you don't think it's true, then you're wrong. And I was like, yeah, maybe. Or not.
Maybe not. Yeah, it's you got to try stuff. You got to fail yourself. I'm thinking about this with my daughter as well. I mean, I can tell her as often as I want to, for example, not put her hand on the stove. She will do it at some point, with everything, people got to try it and fail themselves. It's fine.
Yeah, it's humanity. We have to just kind of mess crap up. And so I think that's the big thing is like a lot of the time when people ask me for advice, they're like, oh, do you think this is a good business idea? Or, oh, do you think I should sell this? Or do you think people will buy this, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I have a guess, but screw me, you find out. Like, A, I might be wrong. B, I can tell you this and it can be really demoralizing, but if you go learn it yourself, it'll be like a serious lesson for you, as opposed to like a piece of advice. Advice is other people's lessons that you might not agree with. And, like, just go learn, like, go figure it out for yourself kind of thing. Like, take the advice and then say, like, okay, I could come out of this with 1 of 5 opinions. Let's figure out where I'm going to land. But, yeah, I think in general, like, most advice is garbage, including this advice.
I try to filter advice by the people who are where I want to go, and they give advice about getting there. This is the most valuable to me. A lot of times you get advice from people that are like, they are not even remotely attached to the journey that you are trying to do and give you their opinion, which is okay, but it doesn't really add any value to it because they have no experience in that area. It's just an opinion. And everyone has that. It's quite cheap.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would try that specifically because I'm in a very unconventional path, I think. In Germany, everyone is like, you got to work hard, you got to get your grades, you got to go to university, you got to have your degrees on every stage, and then, get your job at big auto manufacturer, A, B, C. And I don't have any degree. People told me I will not get any jobs, specifically not management jobs. And then I went in, like my wife's the same. Like she worked on visual effects for like Game of Thrones and Netflix shows and things like that. It's like huge stuff. Also doesn't have a degree. So we are really not in a couple that resembles the educational system that Germany wants us to have. Yeah. But it's very like a path that not a lot of people go, and it makes things, of course, more risky. But it also, I think, shows at least us that you can achieve in a non-traditional way, and there is no harm in like if you don't have a degree, for example, that tells you what you can do in the age of the internet, where you can just go out and prove what you can do. Even without the internet, you could do that. But you have to start from the bottom. You have to get your hands dirty, or be willing to get your hands dirty and prove yourself over and over again. But at some point, it's fine. And today I feel like I don't have a disadvantage compared to people in my age that have a degree at all. But this wasn't the case always, of course. But in this non-traditional way, or doing stuff in a non-traditional way, I think it makes people stronger, because if you have someone that did the whole degree stuff and they are like, for example, this guy is a mechanic, okay? That's his title for life. You're a mechanic. And if they lose a mechanic job and there are no other mechanic jobs, then he's like, he thinks he's screwed. Like what would I do? But if your skill is not you're a mechanic, if your skill is you get good at something, charge for it, make a living out of it, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can take away things from someone and he or she just builds it up again. And this, I think, is much more valuable. So for example, I don't have any fear of job loss. If I would lose my job at Stripe and nobody would hire me in the tech industry, that's all right. I would go and be a bartender and maybe sometime open my own bar or whatever it is. Or maybe I start Twitch streaming like you do. Yeah.
It's I super relate to this, because now I do marketing consulting and I studied computer science. It's like, what right do I have to do marketing? Like, well, for like 2 or 3 years, I told people I was doing marketing, and I tried to do marketing, and I failed at doing marketing. And now somebody pays me to do it. Too much money for too little time. So, am I a marketer now? But yeah, I think this is also probably a privilege of perhaps like the way that we are. Like, I don't know that I could go be like a welder or something, but it's probably possible. I don't know. This one always messes with me.
Wait, I have to Google that. What's a welder?
Oh, welder is like people who like put two pieces of metal together.
Put metals together.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's how do I put this? I don't like the idea of careers anymore. It feels like a fake word in my life. But I don't think that's true for everyone else, and I struggle with this one because there's always one that I worry where I'm like, I really feel like my experience might not be what other people have. Like I think a lot of people don't have the privilege of being able, like, being a mechanic might just be all that guy knows, and might be the only thing that he can really enjoy, and I think that we are sort of malleable, and that is kind of what starts to make us like entrepreneurs, is we like can do these things, we do think this way, and we have the resources in some way, shape, or form. Like you said, if you lost your job at Stripe, you could get another one, work on your project. Like there's worlds that we can walk into that I don't think it's true for everybody, but because we have that safety net, the malleability like goes on and on and on, like it doubles down. And so it's like, now I can just do fucking marketing because I said so, I guess, right? And it's like, if I want to go back and work at Facebook again, I can go back and work at Facebook again, and if I want to do Twitch streams, I guess I can kind of do this. If I want to be a pro gamer, I guess, right? Most of it can happen. But I've often thought, like, I studied game development, and I was like, people are like, oh, but you don't make games, so like, did you just not like it? And I'm like, who said I'm not going to make a game? There's time. One day I think I will. It's just not today. It's probably not for a while. But one day, I probably will, because I flippin' love video games, and nothing's going to change that. And that concept feels so good to me, because it feels like a much more fulfilled life. But I don't know that everybody could do that.
I mean, changing what you love to do, or, passions move. Like there are decades where, or there is a decade where you, I don't know, are passionate about gaming, then there might be one about something else, and the freedom to pursue that is, I mean, I think that's what we should be taught in school, both, follow the passions, but also follow through, so you are able to build something up, build up an asset, build something up that feeds your family. Because if you just like switch everything every week, then of course nothing comes out of it. You have to put the effort in. But I agree with you that deciding when in your 20s what you want to do the rest of your life is just stupid. Like this
is a bad call.
Yeah. But it's so common, at least in Germany.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, that's how the world works. It's and
Yeah.
to be fair, like that's how you get people who are really, really good at things, right? Somebody somewhere needs to be super, super good at something to be like, like head of that thing in like a lot of
Yeah.
worlds. Like you probably like law, for example, or like medicine, or like worlds where like okay, yeah, you can't step in and out of those. Like you just have to study. And so I think that there's a world where we need those people, but I think that for a lot of other stuff, you just don't need to be that way. I think that for a lot of other
Yeah.
stuff, you really can be more flexible.
The important part for me is not that we don't need this or that this is not something to strive for. It's that it shouldn't be the default of you have to do it. Like you have to decide what you want to do, and you are not allowed to do anything else. If I would, for example, let's take a job that I'm not qualified for right now and doesn't need any legal things like a doctor or something. Let's say, for example, marketing or sales. I have no experience in that. I have no degree. I've never worked in a position to do that. But I would still be comfortable starting, like getting into the topic, learning what I can online. All the information is free and available. I would say within 6 months, I'm quite comfortable that I would get a job somewhere and then work my way up. But I would have to start at the bottom again. But as you mentioned before, I think this mindset and you can basically do anything when you put your mind on it. This is the safety net that a lot of people need. Not financial, not this and that, but the safety net that you are comfortable starting from scratch, from something you have no idea about, and work yourself up. And then you only need a few months. I mean, for Trezor one of our best coders, or we don't have a lot, but he started programming a year ago in a boot camp. Before that, he was a musician. So he's not very experienced, but he's highly talented. It's crazy. And I think this is something anyone can do. And I think the pandemic forced a lot of people to think about this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting concept. I think it is. I really like the way that you said that it's more of the safety net is the mindset. Like that's a big one. That's really interesting. I still think unfortunately there's going to be that monetary where it's like you said, like if you focused on it for 3 months, 6 months, you could probably get something in marketing, get something in sales. And then the question is, well, what if you never have 3 months? What if you never have 6 months? But then it probably becomes one of those, okay, well, maybe it takes you a year, maybe it takes you a year and a half and you do it part-time. You're proof that works. And that you can in fact do things on the outside. But yeah, it's a tough game, but I do think that's, if I were to redesign an ideal world and an ideal system, that is definitely what I'd want people to feel like they could do, is believing that they can do anything. And therefore, by believing in it, becoming capable of it,
Yeah, I think that's something where, for example, the US culture is a bit ahead of the European one, at least for Germany. In Germany, it's always like the system where you have to be in. Nobody teaches you how to create a company, how to like what you don't learn this. You have to go it yourself. And I think there is thought behind that. It's intentional to do that. And I think in the US there is a lot more entrepreneurial spirit to just try and build your own thing, and everyone can do it if they put hard work in. So this American dream type of thing. So I think people are more encouraged to try stuff out, start their own thing in the US. I don't have a lot of other countries to compare to, but yeah.
Yeah, I think we're getting there. I remember some statistic of like something like 70% of people, or like 70% of high school kids now want to start their own business, which is crazy stat. But it's kind of nice. It's cool to think about, but also like, oh God, we gotta get in and get out fast, man. We gotta make the money before all these kids come up, because they know how to do TikTok and I don't know how to do TikTok, man. We're gonna be screwed.
Look, Alina wrote, studied automotive engineering, graduated, worked for 4 months as engineer, discovered HTML, CSS, Flash, and never looked back. That's amazing, and it's also great to have the last Flash developer here or live on stream. Never thought I would meet you.
A living legend.
Amazing.
God tier.
No, code is a lot of leverage. If you can do that, you can do so much different things. It's crazy.
Yeah, they used to teach Flash at my school because I went to school for game development. Like 4 years
Oh yeah.
before I went there, they were still teaching Flash. Maybe even like just 2 years. Now we learned like Unity, and probably by now or soon they'll be doing Unreal or whatever. I don't know if you're familiar with all the engines, but yeah, it's a kind of hilarious. I'm real glad I didn't learn Flash because that would have been like I would have been very late to Flash, and then my entire career would have gotten shut down in 2020 when they decided to stop supporting it.
I have to say I did some flashy buttons in Flash.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you had to kind of.
Yeah.
But there were amazing things people built with Flash. But game development is such magic to me. Like I don't know. I have no idea about game development, but it's insane.
It's magic. I love it so much. It's so much fun, dude. And
Yeah.
you talk like game development takes, everything takes from business, but like game development's like all of the business stuff, except it's like you're optimizing for like you talk about UX, but instead of saying UX, you say fun. And that's so cool. It's like, yeah, we need better UX. Like, no, people need to have more fun. And I was like, that's such a better way of saying stuff, And it's real. Like, my brother does that crap. He like does game balancing and like does research on different guns for a zombie game all the time and balances it to make it feel more fun and everything. And I remember he got this one quote that he like loved for his entire life. He like made a new hard mode in the game and he like spent forever balancing it. And then somebody said, all right, I want to say these words to you if you're taking feedback. Thank you. Also, fuck you. And he like printed it out and like framed it on his desk. It's like the perfect thing.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's like I honestly I love games so much, and I think game development. It's really the reality of it is actually like super shitty. There's lots of crunch timelines, blah blah blah. It's awful in a lot of ways, but at its absolute heart, at its absolute core, it is like the same thing, but your goal is fun instead of UX and efficiency and clean UI, and I think that's just so goddamn cool.
I wonder how the experience is different from an indie game developer to a small development company like Paradox Interactive to the large ones like EA and so on. I wonder how different the experience is for the individual developer, how attached they feel to the game, and the excitement you just showed, how much they have that in those different categories of companies.
Yeah. Indie is tough always. Like emotionally very jarring. Especially because it's a lot like it's so much like startups. Like with indie devs, like once every other year, you hear about one guy who worked on a game by themselves for 4 years, let it out, and it was like a breakout success and it won a bunch of awards. And then everyone's like, oh yeah, just do that. And it's like, yeah, well, there's 68,000 other games that got no purchases, and mine was on that list. Is the more common story. So I think it's really really tough. Honestly, I would even go so far as to say I think it's harder than startups a lot of the time, because I think it's really hard even to get a game that's like kind of okay. But indie, I think you win with audience too a lot of the time. There's another Twitch streamer who made a game like Lemon Cake, I think it's called. It's like a little bakery sim. And
okay.
Yeah, and then like my good friend, one of another streamer on my team actually, Sympathy, she does like her own little indie game dev stuff where she's built different stream games, and I think she's like launched her first couple games and like actually tried to start selling them recently, or is endeavoring to do that now. It's a journey. It's really a journey.
It would be much harder for me, I think, to build a game simply because I'm not actually solving a problem. So it feels like arbitrary. I mean, game developers probably know this much better, what an audience is attracted by and what they aren't. But for me currently, it feels like such an abstract, like guessing game. I build a game and I hope other people like it. While with a startup, I can focus on, well, I can see they have this problem. They pay money or build their own shit, and I can do that better. So I will just do that.
It's more like cooking. Like it's kind of like producing food. Everybody's always hungry. And so there was never a question of hunger. And it's a problem people can solve 101 ways. The question is, can you make something that is either like a little bit more interesting, a little bit more flavorful, a little bit more tasty? Everything's gonna, like, they could eat a freaking peanut butter sandwich and it'll make them not hungry anymore, right? But the experience of that can be so much better. So it's definitely, but I feel you 100%. It doesn't solve a problem, but it is a very, very interesting kind of adjacent world, the way that they have to think about stuff.
That's a great way to put it. Everyone's always hungry.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, and that's why we have gamers with addiction to video games, because they're just so goddamn hungry to play Dota 2 all day. Those little bastards. Oh, yeah, but I love it so much.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. Well, I hear you a second time because I was just going on the YouTube channel of you, and I heard you twice.
Oh yeah.
Who the heck is this guy?
Oh yeah, that was my. I needed a new channel trailer. And I also kind of like a lot of the time I believe in like doing things in one shot or like, you know, just a couple. And so I like sat down in front of Twitch stream. I was like, I need a new channel trailer that's not like my old startup. It needs to just be like, hello, I'm in Asia building startups, I guess. And just me kind of yelling that. So I sat in my hotel room during the 2-week stream, and I just like put a bunch of pillows in front of me, and I just looked at the camera, and I was like, I'm Dan. I chucked a pillow at the wall, and I'm like, I'm building startups in Asia now, and I chucked another pillow at the wall, and I'm like, I also do marketing stuff and other things on Twitch. I chucked another pillow at the wall, and I was like, come by if you want to see that, and I threw another pillow, and then it just ends, and it's like a 20-second video, and I was like,
that sounds like the best trailer.
That's what I said. I was like, you know what, this is it. This is perfect. Like, it's got a little bit of, you know, the stupid idiot energy, which is exactly what I try to bring, and it establishes very clearly, yeah, hello, I'm just a guy, I kind of mess around, and I do vaguely interesting things. If you like vaguely interesting things and sort of a dude being an idiot, hey, I'm your guy. And you know, some people like that, so hey,
yeah,
that's a win.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Do you sometimes feel like the amount of hours you put into your streams, I mean 4-hour interviews and so on, it's a lot compared to how effective you might build an audience with 30-minute clips? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
That you are wasting time or something?
Yeah, this is an interesting thing. I very, very, very rarely feel that I'm wasting time. That's like a new thing for me. And I know it's like against the indie hacker creed to like not be like so protective of every hour and be like, oh, why would you go to the gym? You could spend that time shipping. You should be shipping. And I appreciate that. But as long as I feel like I'm moving in the right direction, I don't stress myself out about feeling like this is the absolute best, fastest thing I can do. I want to take a bunch of stabs. I firmly believe right now that interviews are the best stab. I would rather put more time into it, enjoy the process, learn if it works, like implement the strategy for a bit, and then if I see that it doesn't work, I'll try something else. But as much as I'll make a landing page in a day and do everything like that, especially with content right now, like I'm trying very hard not to be so utilitarian about my time because I don't want to guilt myself out of doing the things I enjoy, you know? And I enjoy the journey. So I had fun playing Apex and listening to all of the podcasts and all of your videos and reading all that stuff. You know, it was enjoyable. It's like you talk about Stripe, you know, it benefited me because I learned something. Yeah. And I learned how I can probably do a little bit better at what I do and how I can think differently and reminded myself of things I needed to hear. And then now we get to have this conversation. It's great. It's enjoyable. It's easily one of my best streams and is like much more consistent because a lot of people will hang around for a really long time. So it does wonders for retention and all that. And then I get to repurpose it to YouTube. I mean, Jesus, what's not to like? Holy crap.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's an awesome way to put it.
I do spend a whole fucking day or two on it. So I have recently been thinking like, maybe I could do it in like a handful of hours instead. But you know what? Sometimes some stuff's just better done by hand. And right now I'm comfortable with hitting that quality, and I think that I'm going to need it to get farther. So I care more about talking to the right people and spending more time talking to the right people than perhaps spending less time and maybe not getting as good of a conversation out of it.
How much torture do you think it is for your editor to edit 4-hour-long videos?
So for the podcast, they pretty much go up raw first. And then throughout like a week, I'll have him just dump out a clip a day. So it's not like he's going through one 4-hour video and editing it down. The podcast pretty much goes up raw. I'll maybe say like, oh hey, can you cut out the part where like the camera died for 20 minutes? But other than that, it'll just go up straight, and so it takes him like 5 minutes. And then every day he'll do like a little bit of work. So like the first clip from the Arvid stuff is going out right after we end the stream, and that was like only the first like 15 minutes or so. So it's really, I chunk it down into smaller tasks as opposed to like, hey, can you edit this long 4-hour thing? Like he'd shoot me in the head. He'd be like, oh my god, Dan, you're not paying me enough for this, which is just true, but still.
Yeah. Got it. Someone's asking, what's the philosophy around 4 Shades of Freedom? I assume he refers to a video of mine.
Yeah. It's what was it? Move, hours, topic, location, hours, and something else, right?
Yeah. It's basically, it's not really, I wouldn't call it a philosophy or something official or whatever. I just named it like this when I thought about what are the dimensions where I would love to have freedom. It's where I work, the location. It's what I work on, the topic. It's how long I work and when. So as soon as you have that, like, for example, I don't work from the office, I work from home. I start at 12 after lunch, for example. I only work for 3 hours and I work on a topic that I love. This is the ultimate goal, to be able to decide this every day, or the ultimate goal, but it's, an amazing freedom to have. And I try to achieve these different dimensions one at a time. So location, I think I got now with a remote contract. And I would assume the time thing is also pretty nice because it doesn't really matter if I start. I mean, I do have a lot of meetings at Stripe, but in general, like, it doesn't matter if I start at 7 a.m. or 10 a.m. So it's some flexibility there. But obviously, I think at least you can only achieve all of the 4 shades of freedom if you are self-employed at some point. But anyways, that's just how I framed it, or how I named it in the video. It's not I wouldn't call it an official philosophy signed off by philosophers around the world or something.
Ship it. Let the people know for sure. That this is the what do you call it? This is the creed. This is the Bible verse, written by our very own Sumit Kumar, of the four freedoms, the 4 chapters in his new book coming this summer, written in public.
I'm pre-selling it right now. I'm sending a link. Just a sec.
Amazing. Cool. All right. Yeah, me too. Yeah, it gets tough sitting in the same position so long.
I thought about putting my desk up and standing for a bit.
It's not the worst idea. Yeah, I know. The hardest part of these conversations is endurance, which people don't really think about. They're like, "Wow, this conversation's so interesting. How are they going by?" And I'm just like, it's amazing, and I love every minute of it. But my butt definitely hurts after a while. I got to move around. I'm almost like sitting in fetal position in a little bit.
4 hours is hard. Yeah,
4 hours is hard.
I mean, it's fun, but I've never done it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Welcome. First time.
There we go.
New story.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's the first. First. And I'm watching the live stream and the chat next to it. But I wonder what all these things are. Like, I see so many stuff popping up here on Twitch, like channel points and new channel points, and I'm wondering what this is.
Yeah, it's like I said, they've got a lot of stuff in Twitch about just like interaction and everything. It gets.
I will read up on it, but it's awesome.
Yeah. I will continue to recommend that you come over to the dark side and start hanging out on Twitch a bit, because it is,
at least for the streams,
very fun. Yeah. At a minimum, come by and hang out, and you put me in the background while you're working sometime, and then eventually you'll be like, God, that's so cool. Wow, I should do that. And then you'll do it, and then I'll raid you, and then it'll go great. And then the Twitch community will grow, and slowly we will take over all startup content.
Oh yeah, I can see I have 6 followers on Twitch. Wow.
There you go. That's a lot.
There you go.
It's like 1 million. I also love your account names, the tweets of Sumit, and I was like, oh my god, wait. And then you had videos of, and then you have Twitch of, and I was like, man, this is god tier naming. You always know what it's gonna be.
Yep, and it's free. I mean, Sumit is obviously not free. Sumit Kumar never.
Yeah.
So I have a username pattern that I use everywhere. Works good.
One good part of my name being super weird is no one ever took Dangiami as a name for just about anything. Because why would anybody put those letters together? Jesus. Worst set of things I've ever had. But it works. It works. That's what matters.
It does. I even named my company like this. Like the holding company I have at the top, it's Holdings of Sumit.
Is it really? That's so funny.
It owns the Tresor One and the other projects, legal entities.
Holdings of, holy shit. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's top tier.
Stick to it, you know?
Yeah, I
Gotta
mean,
stick to it. And while I was drinking a beer with a friend, and he told me, look, you have these patterns everywhere. Why don't you buy offsummit.com and then have subdomains for everything? And I was like, this is amazing. And then during, like in the bar, I opened my phone and bought the domain offsummit.com. So I can use it for like all these entities and everything. This is now the global holding basically of my huge enterprise of 3 small projects.
Right. Huge. Life-changing. No, I literally do that though too. I made mine rocks.works. Because I was just like, yeah, that's what I do. I'm rocks and I works. But then I just started doing like, all right, youtube.rocks.works goes to my YouTube. And then like I was like, okay, well we'll just do twitter.rocks.works. And all of those things. Yeah, and I think
I like that.
Yeah, it's great. It's not as cool though. I think there's a .men, and so one of my friends got something along the lines of like the like domain like loves screwing .men, and then they kept making subdomains of all of their friends' names. So there was like rocks.lovescrewing.men. It's like it just like redirects to my Twitch or something.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Some people remember. It's really it was Nix that did it. It was god tier. That's another thing that you really get out of Twitch is like a lot of shit posting, a lot of memes, and honestly, like it's heartwarming. It feels really good when you not only have like an audience that like professionally appreciates you, thinks highly of you, but also like shit posts about you crying all the time. It's really fun. It's really like heartwarming in the stupidest of ways.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lot of why I do it, is the same reason I started. Like it's motivation. It just makes everything more fun. So when I'm doing something that's not that fun, like everybody comes and hangs out and talks to me and I'm like, it's like I'm hanging with buddies while I'm working. This is good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really awesome. Do you stream everything that you work on?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm actually trying to do it a little less now because now that I care about my statistics, I have to worry about time zones. I have to worry about hours and all of these things. And when you stream a lot, like your quality just goes down in general. So it's a little bit tough. So I'm trying to back it up a little bit. Like I used to stream me listening to the podcast, like when I was studying for Arvid, which is a weird way to say that. For 2 days, like it was just me playing Apex, listening to him on podcasts. And today, the way I did it today was instead of streaming on Twitch, I streamed it on YouTube because I was like, all right, nobody will watch this. It won't affect my YouTube number. It won't affect my Twitch numbers. And who gives a crap if I have a bad YouTube stream? I don't care about YouTube stream numbers. It won't affect my views at all. So I did that, and like 4 people showed up and were like, hey, what are we up to? And I'm like, yeah, we're just listening to podcasts, playing Apex, and everything as always. But yeah, like normally I would have like. A month ago, 2 months ago, I was streaming everything that I could. All of my code, all of my emails, and if I couldn't show what I was streaming on screen, I would do a co-working stream. It's just a camera, I play my good music, people hang out, keep me in the background, because that's what they do half the time anyway. Sometimes I got more views on the co-working stream. It was kind of depressing.
Wow. And how can you, like, what music do you use there?
There's a lot of DMCA free stuff. There's something called Stream Beats. Okay. Stream Beats is like top tier.
Nice.
Yeah. I also have a playlist that I call Stream Safe Bops that I would just play on repeat. And recently I started listening to anime opening piano covers because it's DMCA free and still sounds super cool.
Really?
Yeah. And then I turned it on like 1.5 times speed. And so it's like anime openings are already like, but now it's like, it's just like every song is like Through the Fire and Flames, but on piano. And so it's pretty good, and it gives me a lot of energy, which makes the stream like more fun. And I'm just like,
If we are talking anime intros and stuff, I just posted a link. Take a look at that.
What is this?
I've built this. I mean, it's in German, but I can translate it to you. But you will notice pretty quickly what it is.
Do I need to mute this website? Start quiz? Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, I do need to mute that website. Jesus. Oh, this is giving me a heart attack. Oh, my God. Oh, it plays a song. It plays the. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I muted the site and that was confusing. That's really fun.
It plays the song, like anime intro or comic intro from the 90s, and you got to guess which one it is. Okay. Throws you back into the childhood. It's a German one, though. I chose all the German intros, but
I got the first one right. That's what matters, because it was the only name I recognized, and I just clicked it.
Yeah, but it's. I also noticed it's very loud. I mean, if we are here on like with streaming sound on and we open that website, my headphones exploded.
Yeah, happens.
I get that feedback as well.
Yeah.
Put a volume rocker in there.
Yeah. It also warned people like headphone users beware. It's about to happen. I remember once my dad wanted me to make him a website, and he was like, "Can we put like soft piano music in the background when people open the website?" And I was like, "I love you so much, and I will murder you if you put music as a default in the background of your professional website." And I mean that wholeheartedly and with all the love in the world. I will never return home. Our relationship will end.
I think that was a thing, right?
Putting music very early.
Default.
You go onto like really old websites and it happens.
I love stream beats. Thanks for that. I will use that in my own streams now when I code.
Videos too, if you want
music in the background.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's awesome.
I like their. Which playlist do I like? What kind of music do you normally listen to? Are you more of a fast, slow, like calming, or like aggressive?
I'm pretty flexible on that.
Okay, they've got a really good lo-fi playlist, and they've also got a really good EDM playlist, which I listen to a lot. Synthwave, if you're one of those guys who can hear that word and not vomit.
I think lo-fi is pretty nice, but I will, test the different ones. It's great.
Yeah,
it's great. I will definitely try it.
All good stuff.
During my next stream.
Yeah, which there's gonna be. When?
I don't know, but I don't know. I do it quite spontaneously, and I do feel very bad for example, not uploading. Like, I have to take another hour and do a few videos because it has been a month again since I uploaded my last video. Like not live stream, but just regular video with a specific topic. I always feel bad about not uploading regularly.
Yeah, you and me both. I'm aiming for daily right now, and every time a day goes by that I don't upload, I'm just like, all the guilt. No.
But you know what's a great thing about like I share the MRR value on my thumbnails, and when I come back a month later and I see how big the difference is, like it's like whatever, growing your fingernails or hair or whatever. You don't notice it until you look back without seeing the journey.
Right.
And then I see the thumbnail, like it was 2,000 euros MRR less the last time I uploaded a video, and I'm like, whoa. Okay, there is growth.
Yeah, it's like awesome. Analytics, but like instantaneous, quick 1 month comparison. Every month you do that once. That's a good vibe. I like that a lot. So, where should people follow you? Let's get your links out since we're bringing all of this up. Do you want to toss those all in chat?
Okay. Yeah, I will. So Twitter is Twitter and YouTube. Twitter is where I'm most active. YouTube is a close second. And if you want to convince me to come to Twitch, then you should also follow me on Twitch. So this is Twitter. YouTube is this one. I'm lucky enough that I have enough followers, or what's it called, subscribers on YouTube, so I can choose my channel name. Videos of Sumit. These are the more important ones, and obviously you can follow me on Twitch if you want to. I definitely like. Do you see people streaming to two platforms at the same time?
Yeah, general advice is like, if you're gonna do it, only do it early, like when you're first starting out. In general, it's pretty. It kind of ruins the experience a lot of the time because there's like different chats going, and you can like kind of use a software that combines them, and it's like pretty okay. But most of the time, it kind of like divides your audience up. So there's a lot of benefits. There's a lot of negatives. Just so we have it in the recording, I've put it in the corner here so that people can see all of these links as well in the future for people watching in whenever the hell you're watching it, 2 a.m. someone else's time at some point, as they do. That's the magic of these for me, is the making the whole stream, and then the stream goes pretty good, and then it gets to be an entire video, and then it gets to be a bunch of clips, and then those clips all get to be a bunch of tweets and LinkedIn posts, and a couple get to be on Instagram and everything, and it's like this one thing is a huge source. Yeah, it's like there's like a whole Gary V thing about this, where he talks about like, all you have to do is get one really long piece of content, and then you can make 120 pieces of content from that. And I make like 15, but like each tweet is one, each video is one, each Instagram, but 15 is a lot.
He's right. He's right. Yeah. And I mean, it's also really fun. I mean, I really enjoyed now the 3.5 to 4 hours that we sit here and talked and discussed. And yeah, I definitely want to do this more. I love the sentiment of this. I don't know, the vibes. Yeah, Twitch feels also much more home for this.
Yeah.
Type of thing. Yeah, it's amazing. Thanks again for inviting me. But we do have half an hour left. What do you think is a topic we should cover still? That
well, don't feel beholden to the 4 hours. It's if it ends a little bit early, that's absolutely okay. If we've gotten through what we have, I think we've hit just about everything on my list here. I'm literally going, and I had a lot of things on this list. Other than
we did cover a lot of topics.
Yeah, I mean, I've got like small stuff about like you talked about like, I remember you had a video talking about like having to make tools and everything. Like this was your first time kind of needing to get a new guy. And there's a tool that I saw called Retool, which was like a no code, low code thing for like crapping out internal tools, where it was just like, it's not going to look great, but it's going to be like, you can interact with a bunch of databases and like shift a bunch of stuff. So instead of manually going in, like, you give yourself a little UI or something. And I was like, I should bring that up to him. Not exactly an entire topic, but if you haven't seen Retool, you probably want to look at Retool if that's still a thing that you're doing. I think that video was kind of old. I'll send you the link in chat.
It's interesting. I just recently had this topic again on Twitter because I still don't have an internal tool. I still go directly into the database, and it's not scalable. Like I can't give this to a working student. I can't give this to the rest of the team to support the users or like outsource other processes in the business. And this is a pain point that I have to solve, but I simply don't get warm with Retool and the other tools to click together internal projects. So I talked to a team member, we will probably build our own again. And it's probably just because I don't feel comfortable getting into, because you have to become an expert in these low code and no code tools.
Yeah.
There is a learning curve. You have to get in there, accept the restrictions, accept everything around it, and then go for it. And I'm probably too impatient to do that,
Yeah.
Currently, at least. Maybe I should let someone else do that. So basically teaching someone the manual process and then telling them, now find a way to automate. Low code, no code, code yourself, doesn't matter. Or make the process more efficient. But me personally, I feel like I don't have the patience to build up that thing. So I'm not using Retool currently.
Have you
I don't
looked
use
at
anything.
It? Like, have you seen it?
Yes. Yeah. I have used Retool and others. And Retool, let me quickly check.
I saw Retool and it looked like it. Like they had me believe it took 5 minutes.
Me too, and it looks great. And I tried it twice. I actually tweeted at them, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or something, and asked them to renew my trial again so I could try it once more. And I get the data and can see it, and maybe can build a form. But in order to build the processes that I need, it requires so much more effort, where I think maybe I'm also as fast just coding it myself, at least for the first version of it. I know that once you get proficient with this tool, I imagine you will be much, much faster. But yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But I mean, again, validating that, no code, low code isn't a magic wand, and it doesn't do everything as much as you need it to, especially when the things you're doing get complicated. It is unfortunately only so good, but still a lot of value. But that's interesting. I would have thought retool, I saw it and I was like, this is magic, but I believe you that it's not as good as it seems.
I think it is good. It's very powerful, but it requires more work than it seems. That's what I think.
Like you said, familiarity with the tool.
Yeah. And just like there are experts for SAP, there are probably experts for retool. And when I think about it, let's assume you are a consultant that helps people build internal teams. If you get proficient in retool, I mean, do you know how much you can charge by building internal tools with retool and just selling the build product as if you would have coded it yourself or whatever? Just use this as a tool and sell the solution to companies. It's insane. That's, for example, something I would try if I would be at the beginning and would try to earn my living through the internet. I would go into retool, try to build internal tools for that, and then go to a company. They say, what process do you have as manual? I will build something in a week. Cost you $10,000, and I do it in one day. Boom.
Yeah, every software engineer's dream, right? Is like get a data entry job and then automate it, and then pretend that you're working full time on it and get paid a full time salary, and it actually is like you clicking a button for 2 hours a week.
Yeah, I think retool really enables a lot there. But yeah, again, I'm not proficient yet, and I just don't have the time to get into it. So maybe someone else has to do it for me at some point.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing though. Having somebody. I'm also trying to get into.
I need to take your advice. Get some partnerships to have more revenue and get people into the team.
Well, I mean, as we have said earlier, my advice, having nothing to do with your business, is gospel, and you have to do it because I said it, and extremely valuable. So, because I said it, you now have to do it, and you should, because
yes, that's true.
That's just true. Yeah.
You should send me the emails that you send to your partnerships for inspiration. How to talk.
Yeah, I can help you word that. This is surprisingly a thing I've done multiple times. This is one of the few things I got good at when I was. I ran an organization back at school, like a 100-person organization, and I had to email like companies to convince them to come visit us and like give us free food and then get a bunch of good students. And so I got really good at like writing like, here's why you want to talk to me, kind of emails. And those are very fun.
I would love to see that. Yeah, I suck at that. It doesn't come natural to me. So if I reach out to the big German banks now and the big players in the finance industry, my email game should be good.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to start.
So any inspiration, great.
Yeah, don't be afraid to start like small, mid-tier, like I did, right? Like, and now you're much larger, so you can probably do more. But you want to be, the bigger you go, the more concrete you want to be, and like what you're able to offer. But you can honestly work that all out. At the end of the day, that just means write a PDF and pretend it's really important. So yeah. You can really, again, artificial blockers, right? Like story you tell yourself. Yeah, you can just go straight to the large bank, and honestly, they might just pay you 5 figures for, their name to be plastered on everything. So.
Do you do like a pitch deck that you send with them, a PDF that like a 2-pager or something that explains who you are, what you do, what they get out of it?
No, most of the time it's much more. Well, I can't even say most of the time. This has happened twice, and in the 2 times it happened, it was very holistic. It was like, hey, like I got on a call with them because I was like, hey, I want to talk to you about like customer support stuff, or like you're telling me about the product, and they were both startups. And then I was like, by the way, I think I can do the sponsorship thing for you. I think you should do it. Who would I talk to? What do you think? And like the guys were both like, dude, I think that's a great idea. You should talk to this guy, or I think that's a great idea. I'll bring that up to my team. And then you just got to always remember the classic line of, when do I bug you if I didn't hear from you? And then as long as you get that, like you always have a backup for closing the loop of like, hey, just reaching back out like we talked about, did you get any update? But they both got back to me. Crazy. That normally doesn't happen. I had a small thing I wrote up that was like different like sponsorship options. I was like, okay, I can do a sponsored stream where I just use your tool for like 4 hours. Like Microsoft had me do that once. And then I was like, I could put you as a message every 30 minutes in the chat, which is like what happens with UMSO right now. Every 30 minutes or 20 messages, a little message pops up that says like, hey, I really like UMSO. Yes, it is literally a tool that I use to build this website. You should try it. And then I even brought up like potentially I could make content for them. Because I was like, look, I'll make a YouTube video about this. I don't have a problem with that. But that's going to cost you a lot more because like that's me producing an asset for you now that you can like use and will take my time. But like I'm making videos anyway. It's free content for me, man. Like I'm getting paid to make the video. I got no problems with that. So it's a good system for me. So that was like basically when I first sent them out, I wrote those 3 things and I was like, I gave a reference price for each where I was like, either I have done this before at a similar price and like I quoted that price, or I was like, I have a friend in a similar state who did a similar thing at that price. So like you might want to reach out to Peter and be like, hey, can I bug you about like what are your numbers for your sponsorships right now, or like ballpark, and like what did you say to them or they say to you? I think they reached out to him, so he probably wouldn't have as much information on it, but he's got numbers, and so you can kind of say like, example, Nomad List gets this much money and they get this many visitors. I get, 1/3 of those visitors pay me 1/3 as much, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. I'm getting really excited about this. I think it's such a low-hanging fruit with such big potential. I definitely should get on that and let you know how it goes, what comes around.
Yeah, dude.
Damn. I will come up with something today.
Hell yeah, dude.
You got me hooked on that one.
I'm glad. I thought of it once and I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just do it. And then I reached out to 2 people and then I got 2 sponsorships out of the 2 that I reached out for. So you know what?
Yeah.
Sometimes it really is just that simple of reaching out. So yeah,
that's amazing.
I'm glad, man. Go for it. I want to hear about it. I'm here to help any way that I can with any insight.
I will.
With my tiny streamer brain.
I will, and hopefully, in I don't know, half a year or a year, I can come back on the stream, and we can talk about 100K a month. Whoa, imagine that.
Yeah, dude. That's the dream. That's the tough part about being friends with Peter. Is like he's just like already there, and so now he's just doing shit for fun, and you're just like, yeah, okay, well, I want to pay my rent.
The crazy part is that he can still do most of the stuff on his own. Like he has 1 employee at Nomad List or something, or 2.
He has like a server person and like a Slack moderator, and I think that's pretty much it. Maybe like 1 or 2 other parts.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. Shit's whack. Everything's whack. Remote, okay. Also, dude's a legend. But again, right? Like we idolize not the person, but the status, right? And to bring him down to humanity is to recognize that we actually can get there, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're sitting at 10, 12K, which is crazy. And that's in euros, which is probably like 15 in America or something. I just imagine euros are better.
Something.
Yeah, there you go. Right? And like I'm at, my stream is at like, some number of hundreds to like maybe breaking 1,000 some months. But inconsistent. My startups are at 0 right now. So I'm going to strive to get where you are. You're going to strive to get where he is. And he's going to strive to, I don't know, be a fucking billionaire, I guess. Because why not? And that's just how it always goes, right? That is the infinite journey. That's the fun of it. It's interesting when you start like thinking about things differently. Like at first, like I was doing Twitch like just for fun for a long time. But like when I really started thinking about it as like a business now, and like I have to increase my viewership just like I have to increase like users, and it's like revenue and everything. Like once you start like really starting to think about your projects as a business, it's interesting how you like shift your focus, Yeah.
But I think it's a very good thing because you shift your focus on the stuff that matters, the potential, maybe even the users themselves. Like how do you attract them? How do you entertain them, keep them, solve a problem, whatever it is. And it's just, maybe it's just capitalism, in some shape or form, maybe. But I really enjoy that because it's the ultimate validation, as I mentioned before. And I like this with my projects. Having them for profit, meaning I have to create value in order for people to pay for them. And this is basically the ultimate validation. I created something of value out of like thin air. I love that.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that.
It feels so good. Yeah, that was like actually like I cried when I got the sponsorship like 2 days ago because it was actually like that first feeling. And I know, yeah, you cried. Wow.
Amazing.
But yeah, no, but I literally like I was on stream when I got the message that was like, yeah, we want to do the sponsorship. And I was literally just like, holy shit, like, you know, donations are one thing, but like my stream has value now. My content has value now. It might not be a crazy amount, but it does. Like it kind of felt like the first dollar from the internet, you know? Like as much as I have made other money, like it's a different kind of money. And it really felt like just so real and so validating and opened my eyes to like, yeah, I can totally do this profitably. Because if I can keep landing stuff like this, if I double in size, I can get double the money from each sponsor. I can have a handful, you know, because I can be sponsored by tools that I use. And if I use a lot of tools, which I do, there's a lot of opportunity there, you know?
Yeah.
And it just, it blew my mind when that happened. And
yeah, I can imagine. That's so fantastic. And I don't even know, but it's not comparable, I guess, subscribers on YouTube and Twitch. It's probably a different thing. But on YouTube, you know, I can't even monetize yet. That's
right, yeah.
like, that's small. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's really crazy because, in my opinion, a YouTube subscriber is worth a lot more than a Twitch follower in a lot of ways. Like, I have 1,800 followers. My streams get 25, 30 people watching at a time. And maybe by the end of the stream, I've gotten like about 100 views an hour, people coming in and out, right? With YouTube, like, you get a good subscription base, like you get good views on your videos, and those good views beget more good views. And so it's like very good for discovery. It's actually interesting. You talk to a lot of content creators, and most people said if I had to pick one platform, I wouldn't pick Twitch. Like if I had to pick one platform, I'd pick YouTube because people can find you on YouTube. People can't really find you on Twitch. We're lucky in like science and technology, like this category in particular. It does have some discoverability. People will occasionally just walk in, but on like 99% of Twitch, it's just 1,000 fucking people playing the same game. How are you going to find anybody?
How do you plan to get more followers?
Yeah, so for me, it's going to YouTube, it's going to Twitter, it's going to TikTok, right? It's actually like this is the problem that I'm actually trying to solve with that project, Twitch to TikTok, where the whole premise is some platforms don't have discoverability. And so a lot of people will create a shitload of stream content and then get almost nothing out of producing all of that content. And so it's kind of like the only way to truly, well, not the only way, I shouldn't word it that way, but in my head, the ideal world is that you get the best of all the platforms, right? You are simply one content creator and your content magically exists properly. And so you get all the discoverability of TikTok and all the consistent viewership of YouTube with all of the interaction of Twitch. And how do you do that? You can't, right? You can't be everywhere at once. You can like try restream, but then like you kind of lose quality, right? And so there's all these trade-offs. And so I realized very quickly, I was like, well, MVP niche down, right? Twitch doesn't have discoverability. If I posted all my Twitch clips to TikTok, I would at least have a chance every day of going viral, because going viral on TikTok is relatively much easier. Still not easy, but relatively way easier. And then that blows up. So it's like very much a solve my own problem kind of thing, because I am doing all this effort to put all of my content on every fucking platform. I even use like the Hype Fury. I use the LinkedIn feature, and I repost some of my stuff to LinkedIn. And then I use the Instagram feature once in a while. Actually, it doesn't work because my account's not a business account. I gotta fix that. I'm still only 11 days into Hype Fury. I just really like Hype Fury. But, right, like, I have to be everywhere. And I have to think about repurposing all my content. And then I want to kind of sort of build that up as well in the back end as a tool so that I can benefit from it and make my own stuff bigger and get my own audience up. While also happening to be building a startup, which is part of my content. So it's all just like, it all leads into each other. It's all one giant set of gears spinning, you know?
Yeah, but I thought about this in the beginning as well. And this, you know, I don't know how to frame it. There is probably an awesome word for it, but this cycle that feeds itself over and over, like a spiral going upwards. It's an amazing, like a flywheel. Once you start it spinning, like, or a snowball, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I love that. Absolutely love that.
Yeah. That's why I really think I can hit partner in a few months, which is like kind of a ridiculous goal to like try and double, triple myself in size in like a few months after it took me arguably like 8-10 months to get here.
Yeah.
But I'm completely changing my business strategy, right? Like even Reddit is part of my strategy now. Every time I make a video, I'm looking at, can I put this on Reddit? And I'm even thinking about hiring somebody to just write down into a blog post everything that I say in my videos, and then putting those blog posts on Reddit, because I think like video content doesn't do as well, right? And it's just like really just like repurpose, do all these things and create this giant content wheel, like you said, and then I'll get everyone from everywhere and just like force all platforms to do what I want them to do and bring me in people, and then I will become content god.
That's fantastic. You will make it. I'm pretty sure. This, yeah, you have thought about this quite a lot, as I can see. I have no doubts that you will reach these goals.
If I don't, I'm definitely the problem, because I'm pretty confident I'm doing the right stuff in terms of putting the content out, you know, showing up, being thoughtful, blah, blah, playing Twitter and everything. But so it might come down to that being the hardest part, is like, I might need more energy. I might need to be more intentional about like what the content actually is. Like it might not be that much. Like I can have all the best marketing in the world, but the product itself might still be kind of garbage. And so that's the one thing that worries me, keeps me up at night. But if it is, then I'll just make the product better. You know, I'll work on improving me.
That's the simplest thing.
So we'll fucking find
That's awesome,
out.
man. That's awesome. And I mean, there are even memes about you now, right? With the whole crying thing and whatnot. People like, it's, you know, it's the first milestone, a meme about you.
Yeah, there was a picture of me. I was like pretending to do an ad for tea, because I was like, you know, like very similar to that video we were talking about earlier, where I was like, oh yeah, I just like threw pillows at the wall and I was like, follow me on Twitch, or whatever I did. And we were gonna put out an ad for a business I was working with at my old startup, which was like a tea company, and I just had to post it, and I just like slapped it on my forehead, and it just said buy tea. And I was just like, I like tea. And that was going to be the whole ad. I was going to put that on Facebook because they were like, you need a video ad. And I was like, what should I do a video of? And I was like, what if I just like... And then somebody photoshopped it and made the whole post-it note just pink, because it was a pink post-it. And so they photoshopped over the words, so it was blank. And then people started writing in more words. And it became like a whole like template for like a day or two, where people were just like, why won't my startup succeed? And then it was like, don't forget to write backwards so they can read it, and like random crap on the post-it. And so like, it's such a good feeling when crap like that happens. Like one of my buddies like did a squat, and then people started memeing, and like somebody like made a format where it was like a green screen of him, like just like this, where it looked like he was holding something. So people put like the ship that blocked the Suez Canal on his back. It's just like different like giant keyboards on his back and stuff, like him just doing squats with them. It was all so funny.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
The fact that people like spend time to do that, you know, it's incredible.
It's the best feeling. Like I really, I that's the thing I think like is the real secret core of it. Like I talk about the money, I talk about the numbers, I talk about the viewership, I talk about the content, and how I think about all this, but like I always come back to the same core of like, I do it because it's fucking fun. I do it because it makes everything in my life more enjoyable and entertaining by like a large margin. And to the point where I'm just like, dude, why wouldn't I stream this? You know, and that's why it's so hard for me to stream less. And why I got to start doing like secret YouTube streams or something. I don't know. But like, I know it's best for the content, but like, man, like it's just so goddamn fun.
I think it's a great way, or a great segue into the, when your users or audience or whoever it is that you serve is putting in extra care in whatever it is, in an email to you or creating a meme about you or something, this feeling of getting back or satisfaction or whatever it is, this is such a huge motivation. I remember with Tresor One, I had a couple like this. For example, there was I still think this is absolutely crazy. There was a what's the English word for this? You know, he doesn't work anymore. Senior, retired. Yeah, he's retired. Exactly. Thanks. And he wrote me a letter with a typewriter 2 pages, front and back, without any error in it. And he wrote me that, look, this is my bank, this is my broker. I want to use your product. It looks amazing. It's awesome. I want to have this for myself, but I don't know what drag and drop is. I don't know how I get my data in there. Can you help me? And then he said, look, dear bank, this is Sumit, Kumar, and Tresor One, and I hereby give you permission to give him my data. Please get in touch with him and give him my data so he can create a dashboard for me and send me the link. These are the devices that I have. This is what I tried. He typed out the links, HTTPS, whatever, / Tresor One, and so on. And the entire links, he typed like 4 or 5 links out with the typewriter. And he typed this twice, once for the bank and once for me, and sent the letter. Like, I still have it here somewhere. This is absolutely insane. Like, and without any flaw in it, crazy. I reached out to the bank. I told them, come on, let's get this done. It's fucking fantastic. But yeah, they were not that flexible. But anyways, getting a letter like this hyped me up for like 3-4 days. You know? Crazy.
That's
it's insane.
I'm chasing that always. I think that's like moments like that are the thing. It's I always tell people the real reason I do everything I do is because I want to feel special. Like, obviously I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, right? Like, yeah, I like attention if you couldn't fucking guess. Right? But like I want to feel special. I want to feel like I'm somebody of note and like, like I matter at all. Like, that's really like the core super I don't know, something childhood trauma probably kind of reason for everything. And it's like those moments where somebody like talks to you, those moments when like after these interviews somebody like DMs me or tags me in my Discord and they're like, dude, that was great. Like, I ride that wave. I ride that wave for so long and I feel so cool. After Peter, man, that was the biggest one, like by far. I rode that for like a week and a half. Also, my channel grew 10% that day, which is like
amazing,
ridiculous. Yeah.
We have in our Slack, we have a user wins channel where we post whenever we get good feedback from a user on social media, in the community, wherever, private messages. We post a screenshot anonymized into the channel, and it hypes up the entire team.
God, I love it, dude. Well, the company I consult for too, they do that with like sales, where they're like, they're talking about like a big data product, and they're getting like responses from like big companies. Like, and I'm not even allowed to say names, but like crazy big companies are like responding to their emails and like taking their calls, and they're talking with like heads and VPs of data science, and like every single time it happens, they're posting the channel, and they're like, Jesus Christ, guys, like insert giant company is just like accepting our call based on the premise of our product. Like, how crazy is this shit? And I'm like, God damn, that's amazing. And that's how I feel like when people agree to do like one of these interviews, or when I actually get to do one, or I let out a video and it does kind of okay, or I have a Twitch stream and like afterwards, like the numbers are pretty good. Like I did like my first real stream after getting to Thailand. Like I was in quarantine for 2 weeks. I'm only actually been in Thailand, like not in quarantine, for like 6 days. So like my first real stream was like 2 days ago, and I did it, and I was hitting like 35, 40 viewers the whole time, which is like a solid like 5, 10, 15 more than I normally do. And I felt like fucking king of the world. I walked away and I was like, yeah, baby, we're back. Let's go. Like, this is it. We did it. And I rode that high for 2 days, and now we're here. And again, a great stream, a bunch of new names, right? And another thing I'll be able to turn into a video, turn to content and everything. And it's, yeah, man, it feels significant, those little touch points.
Definitely.
It's
I feel like it's you got to hack yourself and the team and everyone into this constant motivational cycle. And the best way is by amplifying the feedback that you get as much as you can. So whenever we get feedback like this, in the beginning, I was just reading it, feeling good, that's it. But we try to celebrate it now a bit more and look at it. Once we have once a week, the entire team meets and we talk about, what we tackle, what are the problems, what are the good stuff. And then we look at this again and talk about this again. I think this, as you mentioned with the company where they celebrate each sales call that they get, I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, man. Little victories. And like, I literally wrote a whole presentation once called "How to Make People Like You," because that's how much of a tool I am. And in the
There's also a great book about this.
oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I did read it. I did read it afterwards, and I was like, "Hey, this is a lot like my presentation." But the biggest thing that I wrote was it's always about, like, people always used to say go the extra mile, and I reframed it as go the extra step. And I was like, all you have to do, hello Simba, all you have to do is say one thing that is a little bit more than what people expect you to say. Like, instead of asking how someone's doing, like, oh, hey, how's it going, man? Like, actually say, like, hey, man, how you been? We haven't checked in a while. Like, how are you doing, right? And you say it and you mean it, and they notice that. Or, like, you remember it's their birthday or some crap, right? Or you notice when somebody looks, like, a little sad, and you say, like, hey, you doing all right? Like, you need me to, like, buy you a coffee or something? Those little things end up making, like, the largest difference. And I think it's the same for us on the other side, where it's like those little comments from the users, the little Discord message I get after the interview is like, means the world to me, because, you know, nobody has to do that. I don't expect anybody to do that. I expect to walk away from this interview, order food because I didn't eat dinner, and then go to sleep. And that's the whole thing that happens. But even to this day, people will show up and talk about, like, dude, that interview with Peter was so great. Thank you so much for that. And I'm like, cool, that's sick every single time, you know, and it just feels so great.
That's completely fantastic. That's why we do everything, not for the money, not for whatever. It's about the good vibes that we get out of it.
Yeah, feels special.
That's what keeps us up. All right, my daughter also woke up, so I have to take care of her now as well. You know, different side project. I can't name it a side project. If she watches this in 3-4 years or something. Main project.
Main project. There you go.
Main project.
There you
Gotta
go.
prioritize.
There you go. Not a side hustle. Nope. This is the main gig. This is my full time.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I will happily let you go. We've got all your links in chat. Everybody knows where to follow you guys.
It was so much fun. Thanks a lot for the invite.
Hey,
really
man,
appreciate it.
Thanks for sticking it out. 4 goddamn hours. We did it. All right. This is a fucking achievement. Fucking achievement.
We did it.
All right. Cheers, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm just seeing the chat. Also good that, some people enjoyed it as well. Love it. All right, man. Let's definitely keep in touch. I follow you on Twitter and I follow you on here as well. I will watch more of the interviews that you do because they are amazing and deeper than others.
Well, only because of guys like you.
Wish you all the best. Yeah, you will achieve the goals, I'm sure, but I still wish you that it happens even faster than you imagine.
Hell yeah, dude. Cheers, man. I look forward to calling you in 6 months, doing this again, and hearing you're at 10x and I'm at 5x.
I'm waiting for the call every day.
Cheers, brother. All right, man. Have a good one.
Awesome. Bis then. See ya.
All right. Now I'll do this. It's going to see a black screen for just a moment. Then you're going to see a kind of bad camera for a moment. Excuse me for that. Working with what I got. Here we go. And we'll tilt down for a moment. Look at that. We did it. Woo! 4 flipping hours. Big stream. Big stream. Oh, man. I'm so hungry. I've been hungry since the start. Oh, man. Okay, if I do this, does this work? Oh, yeah. This is the classic post-stream scuffed camera. Every single time, guys. Every single time. For just a moment, I have to... And I only have one monitor, too. Oh, man. Absolutely scuffed as hell. Cool. All right. As always, I will not... dawdle. That was such a long stream, dude. Every time, that's the fun of it. That's the best part. And Classy's live. Classy's been live for 2 hours. Classy better stay live. Okay, you're writing code. Great, you're getting rated. All right, how the hell do you raid someone? I haven't raided in so long. I gotta go to my own stream because I got logged out of Twitch. That was dumb. Raid Classy Cat. All right, guys. Thank you all so flipping much. Thank you for hanging out today. I really super double omega appreciate it. Please, if you're not already, if you want to see any parts that you missed, if you want to see all the clips come out, I'm linking my YouTube. There's a YouTube command. I didn't even need to type that manually. That was kind of dumb. Please go follow there. super, super, super appreciate those subs. I'm really trying hard on YouTube, like I said, Twitter, all the socials, even frickin' TikTok, which I'm gonna get good at, I swear. But yeah, I couldn't do this without you guys, really. And having viewers on these is really important and feels really great and makes the people I'm talking to feel really great. So seriously, seriously, Omega Super Double thank just all of you. It really, really, really means the world in so many ways. And yeah, I'm gonna get my phone. I'm gonna order food at 11 p.m. because I'm goddamn starving, and there's gonna be like just McDonald's open, but it's fine. I'll eat it, and yeah, wake up tomorrow. Maybe stream again. Who knows? But yeah, let's get the free real estate going, kids. Thank you guys. Please, please, please tell Classy I love him. Haven't seen that man in too long. Haven't gotten to rate him in too long. And love y'all. Cheers.